Good evening and welcome into Sinsheimer Stadium in San Luis Obispo. Tonight the Blues start the last series of this long homestand against the Arroyo Seco Saints. Good evening, everyone, and welcome into the broadcast booth. I'm Jack Smith. Nate Mills will join me in the fourth, but before that, it is a very important series between the Blues and the Arroyo Seco Saints, a series that went well for the Blues last year with a 5-1 season series record against the Saints, but has gone poorly so far here in 2023. The Saints have won all 4 games they've played against the Blues so far this summer, and for the Blues, who are hunting for a playoff spot, a game up on the Conejo Oaks for the last spot in the CCL playoffs. It's a series that they really need to come out with at least one win in. They can't afford to fall to 0-6 against the Saints. It's really the dog days of summer. 10 games for the Blues left in the season. The last series here in one of the biggest homestands of the year, and I think they really need to come away with a victory here against the Saints. Whether that's today or tomorrow, they've got to find a way to win at least one, and a sweep would really propel the Blues up the standings as they're only a game and a half behind Arroyo Seco. So everything can happen for the rest of this summer. It's really wide open, and it's down to how the Blues play as we kind of come into the home stretch here in the CCL League season. We've got first pitch and national anthem on the way, and we'll take a break. Another beautiful night here in San Luis Obispo, and baseball is on the doorstep here from Sinsheimer Stadium. The Blues are taking the field, national anthem and first pitch on the way, and we'll let you take a listen.
Number 18 playing shortstop tonight is Cody Darcy. And on the mound for your Blues, number 9, Ryan Baum. The Blues are led by Dean Trainer, Steve Colley, Ryan Trainer, Rene Regalado, and Max Lober. Settle in, folks. Welcome. If you would now kindly stand for the national anthem. Gentlemen, if you'd kindly remove your caps, we're going to hear from Alyssa Rodman.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous
Another gorgeous national anthem from Alyssa Rodman, who continues to kill it out here this summer. And let's get ready for baseball here on the SLO Blues streaming network. We'll start it off with the starting lineup for the visiting Arroyo Seco Saints as penned by manager Aaron Milam. It starts with Jared Quant, the designated hitter from Hawaii. Max Blessinger, the center fielder from Belmont, hits second. Jordan Rogers from Wichita State plays first base today and hits third. It's Raider Tello, the third baseman from Iowa, with a .403 batting average, who hits in the cleanup spot. Alex Burge, the catcher from Wichita State, hits fifth. Mason Hammonds, the shortstop from Tarleton State, is in the sixth spot. Then it's Kite McDonald, the right fielder from Wichita State. Thomas Goldbranson, the second baseman from St. Thomas. And Preston Godfrey, the left fielder from New Mexico State, that round out the bottom third of the order. On the hill for your San Luis Obispo Blues, it's Ryan Baum making his second consecutive start against the Saints. Baum, the 6'4", 180-pound right-hander from San Luis Obispo, Cal Poly pitcher, making his second league start for the Blues. He went 2 earned runs in 5 innings in his first one against the Saints a week ago. He's also made a non-league start where he faced the minimum against Humboldt, a 3.6 ERA in 5 innings pitched, but he's been good when he's been on the mound for the Blues so far this summer. And with the pitching thinning out, I'm sure they'll rely a lot on Ryan Baum to finish out this league summer. The roster freeze was today. We've learned that the Blues have added 5 pitchers, but they've been losing some as of late. Guys hitting their innings limits, guys going to the Cape Cod Baseball League, and guys that are just done for the summer. So the roster changing a lot. We'll have a little bit more on that later, but it's Ryan Baum on the hill today for the Blues. Here's the defense for San Luis Obispo. It's Jacob Ruley, Nin Burns, Jariah Lewis in the outfield from left to right. 3 center fielders for the Blues roaming around the outfield. DeCarlo and Hansen on the right side. It's Cody Darcy and JT Rick on the left side of the infield. Jacob Galloway does the catching, and Matt Massiangelo will be the DH. So the Saints at 15-13 roll into Sinsheimer Stadium for the last time. They're a game and a half up on the Blues, who are 12-13 in league play. And the Blues are a game up on the Conejo Oaks for that last playoff spot. So as we've talked about, a very important series here for the Blues. And they're trying to get off the schneid against the Arroyo Seco Saints. The Saints have beat them all 4 times that they have played so far this year. After the Blues dominated the season series last summer, it's been a different story here in 2023. But another chance to take down the Saints. 2 games here at home for the Blues to round out this long homestand. We're just about ready here in the first. It'll be Jared Quant, Max Blessinger, Jordan Rogers here in the first. So here's Quant, the DH from Hawaii, formerly a switch hitter, but with an injured right elbow, hitting just left-handed this summer for the Saints. 241 average with 2 homers, 5 runs batted in. Baum's ready. First pitch of the ball game. Quant takes a fastball on the inside corner for a strike. 0-1. First pitch, 6:06 p.m. Another beautiful day here in San Luis Obispo. Temperature in the low 70s. Baum from the windup kicks and deals. And Quant takes the changeup low. 1-1 the count. Quant's 2 home runs came in 1 game against the Blues earlier this summer. It was Grant Cunningham on the hill for the Blues, and Quant launched 2 homers to right, his only 2 so far this summer, as he wrapped this one on the ground past a diving Jason Hansen into right field for a base hit. So Quant continues to hit against the Blues, and there's a base runner with nobody out here in the first. Big different story here today already for the Saints. The Saints were no-hit yesterday night by the Santa Barbara Foresters. First no-hitter of the CCL summer. It was a combined no-no for Santa Barbara. 6 innings from Sean Youngerman, 3 innings for Hunter Watkins. So it was 9 full innings for the Saints yesterday without a hit. They've got one in their first batter today. I'm sure that's the start they were looking for. Now they've got Quant at first, Blessinger, the center fielder from Belmont, coming up. Baum works from the stretch for the first time. Now he deals, and Blessinger takes a fastball on the outside corner, strike 1. Blessinger, a .329 hitter so far. 7 runs batted in for the Belmont center fielder. And you have speed at first. Jared Quant, perfect 7 of 7 on stolen base attempts. 0-1. Blom picks to first. Diving back there is Quant. So Quant starts the inning with a single, starts the ball game as well. And you always wonder, a team coming off a no-hitter, will that carry into the next game? But Jared Quant puts a stop to that thinking. Got a hit here already. Quant is picked off first. He started to go, and now the Blues got him. Jason Hansen runs after him with the baseball, tosses to DeCarlo, who applies the tag in time for the first down. So Quant, who's 7 of 7 on stolen bases, thought about going, and Baum smart enough to pick a second time. They erased the base runner, now 1 away. So now base is empty. 0-1 count on Max Blessinger. 1 out here in the inning. A nice move here from Baum in the first. 0-1. Now back from the windup. He takes a long pause, now strides and shoots. Blessinger takes a curveball right down the middle. No balls and 2 strikes. That was a beautiful rainbow pitch. The count 0-2. It's Jordan Rogers, the first baseman from Wichita State, on deck. Baum ahead in the count. Chance to leave the zone. He shakes. Shakes a second time. Now it's got his sign. He delivers. And Blessinger strikes out swinging. Chase the fastball up high. Strikeout number 1. Out number 2 here in the first. So now 2 away. Here's Jordan Rogers, the first baseman from Wichita State. Rogers a .235 hitter, 5 runs batted in. And now Baum a chance for a 1-2-3 inning the hard way. He's got a strikeout, 2 away here in the first. From the windup he deals. Rogers takes that curveball for a strike, 0-1. And already we're seeing nice command from Ryan Baum, which should be his trademark. He's got that 90-mile-an-hour fastball, but when he's able to paint the zone, he's very hard to hit. 0-1 offering. Swing and a miss. Pops out of the glove of Jacob Galloway. No balls and 2 strikes. Another nice crowd here today. Left side is a little thinner than normal, especially on the grass, but the right side, just about every orange seat filled up. Families dot the grass again. Ready to erupt with a 1-2-3 first. Baum from the windup, an 0-2 count. He kicks and fires, and he misses low with a breaking ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Rogers, 6'1", 200-pound corner infielder. We've seen him play third. Today he plays first. Third batter here in the first inning. 1-2 the count, 2 away. Baum's got his sign. Here's his offering. And he misses high with a fastball. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Saints trying to continue their dominance against the Blues. And for the Blues who are trying to beat Arroyo Seco for the first time, they'd love a scoreless first. Baum trying to deliver that as he comes set from the windup. Now he brings it home. And he struck him out. Put the slider right by him on the outside corner. 2 strikeouts in the first for Ryan Baum. And we head to the bottom half of the inning. Still scoreless on the SLO Blues streaming network. The Blues bats are coming up here in the bottom of the first, and it is a scoreless game here, bottom 1. Here's the starting lineup, penned by manager Dean Traynor. It's Nin Burns, the center fielder, who leads things off. Last game for Burns as a Blue this summer, and he gets to start it in his normal leadoff spot. Sam DiCarlo, the second baseman from Washington, hits second. Jariah Lewis, the San Jose State right fielder, who was destroying baseballs in batting practice, hits third. JT Ricken, the third baseman from the transfer portal, plays and hits cleanup. Matt Massiangelo, the DH, hits in the 5 spot. Then it's Jason Hansen, the first baseman from UC Davis, who hits 6th. Jacob Bruley, Jacob Galloway, and Cody Darcy round out the bottom third. On the mound for the Arroyo Seco Saints, it's Caleb Reyes, the 6-foot, 210-pound right-hander from Cal Poly Pomona, 2.05 earned run average in 22 innings for the Cal Poly Pomona Bronco, 20 strikeouts to 4 walks, and he was great when he came in here to Sinsheimer Stadium and faced the Blues last week. Now he faces San Luis Obispo for the second straight start, and he'll get to start it off by facing his former Cal Poly Pomona teammate, Nin Burns. Burns, who we've talked about a couple times, into the transfer portal, but these two were teammates for the Broncos last summer. So you got Pomona on Pomona. Scoreless game here in the bottom of the first after Ryan Baum faced 3 hitters, gave up the 1 hit, but the pickoff move and the 2 strikeouts, a 1-2-3 inning. Burns hitting 163 with 3 runs batted in as Reyes hits his squat, comes set from the stretch, kicks and deals. Burns wraps it on the ground, a couple of big hops to the third baseman Tello. He throws right across the diamond, right in time for out number 1. Here's the defense for the visiting Saints. It's Godfrey, Blessinger, McDonald in the outfield from left to right. Rogers, Goldbrinson, the right side of the infield. Hammonds and Tello on the left side. Alex Burge catches today, and it's Jared Quant, the designated hitter. Here's Sam DiCarlo, the University of Washington second baseman. DiCarlo hitting 260 with a home run and 7 runs batted in so far this summer. Comes up 1 out in the bottom of the first. Reyes, that accordion-like squat that we talked about in his last start, brings it home and misses a little bit outside with a fastball 0-1. By around the 3rd or 4th inning, the crowd had started to get into Reyes' squat. They started making some noises as he did it, some sound effects to accompany the set move from Reyes. So we'll see how long it takes them today to catch on. Want to know the count. Pitch on the way, and DiCarlo bounces it foul. We talked about it last time. Every pitcher's got their kind of a tick, and for Reyes, it's that squat as he comes set. But you love to see it. Any little bit of personality that comes out. It's what summer ball's about. It's what pitchers are about. Just makes the game more interesting. 1-1 here, 1 out in the first. Reyes set to the belt. Now he brings it home. And DiCarlo laces this one down the left field line, hooking away from the left fielder Godfrey, and it bounces just foul. So DiCarlo thought he had extra bases. It falls about a foot or 2 foul near that left field line. So 1-2 count. Last series of this long homestand for the Blues. They've been around here for over a week. So they'll play today and tomorrow against the Saints. Then head on Sunday to a doubleheader against the Barons. First time out in Compton at the Academy. And it'll be a 2 7-inning game doubleheader. 1-2 the count now as Reyes stares in for his sign. The 1-2 home, and DiCarlo strikes out swinging. So a strikeout first of the day for Caleb Reyes, and now there's 2 away here in the first. Reyes had those 20 strikeouts in 22 innings pitched. And the Blues are a team that strikes out a lot, 3rd most in the entire league. The 2nd most of the South. They just trail the Orange County Riptide, who came in here and got a series split this past weekend. But the strikeouts are piling up so far for the Blues. And here's Jariah Lewis. Leads the team in Ks, but he's also hitting .208 with a home run and 8 runs batted in. First pitch of the at-bat. And Lewis takes the fastball outside. 1 ball and no strikes. So the Blues have been at home the entirety, for the most part, since the second half started. That 1 game in Arroyo Seco, then 5 straight at home, and then these 2. So that 7-game homestand coming to a close here in this early part of the weekend. As Lewis swings and flies one out to right field. A 1-0 fastball lifted in the air, and Kite McDonald makes the catch, the right fielder, in time for the final out. We're through 1, still scoreless. As we head to the top of the second, it'll be 4-5-6. Raider Tello, Alex Burge, Mason Hammonds coming up for the Arroyo Seco Saints. We welcome you back to Sinsheimer Stadium here on the SLO Blues streaming network, and it's the heart of the order coming up here in the second inning for the Saints. Raider Tello, Alex Burge, Mason Hammonds due up against Ryan Baum. Scoreless game here, top two. The last time the Saints will be here at Sinsheimer Stadium, this two-game series, and the Blues looking to start it off with a win. They'll need a good outing from Ryan Baum, who has given them two. But the last time he pitched well against the Saints, the Blues blew the game late, didn't come away with a win. And here Raider Tello, hitting over 400 so far on the summer, takes a strike. Tello, a .403 average, 8 runs batted in. The third baseman from Iowa has just lit up the CCL since joining the Saints midseason. And an 0-1. Tello takes a fastball in the inside corner, this time 0-2. The first time that the Blues played the Saints, Tello wasn't on the roster, and we got to see him last week. He's just been excellent so far for the Saints. 0-2 the count as Baum kicks and fires, and he misses low with a slider, 1 ball and 2 strikes. You'll see the fastball, the slider, and the curveball for Ryan Baum. Fastball's been at or slightly above 90 miles an hour so far. Curveball you'll see there in the high 70s, slider in the low 80s. Runner at third, 2 outs in the inning, and 0-2 count. The batter here is Kite McDonald, the right fielder from Wichita State, team leader in strikeouts for the Saints, and he's got a runner at third with 2 away. Ryan Baum picked up a strikeout and a ground out, and the runner at third is Raider Tello. Baum comes set. 0-2 on the way. McDonald lines it into center field. That's a base hit, and a run comes in to score for the Saints. So McDonald comes through with 2 strikes. It's 1-0 Arroyo Seco here from Sinsheimer Stadium. That's a big hit for McDonald. Was behind in the count 0-2, and for one of the easier hitters in the league to strike out, McDonald able to put a good swing on the ball in an 0-2 count, and he knocks in a run. That is McDonald's 11th league run batted in. Second hit of the inning, and Raider Tello comes in to score. So here's Thomas Golbranson, the second baseman from St. Thomas, who comes up now with a runner at first and 2 outs. Saints on the board, 1-0. Baum picks to first, and McDonald is out. Baum picks off the runner, second time today, but he allows the run here in the second. We head to the bottom half of the inning, 1-0 on the SLO Blues streaming network. Back to you live from Sinsheimer Stadium here in San Luis Obispo. A 1-0 lead early here for the Arroyo Seco Saints. And it's 4-5-6 coming up for the Blues. JT Ricken, Matt Massiangelo, Jason Hansen here on the SLO Blues streaming network. Caleb Reyes out after a 1-2-3 inning. Got a ground out, a strikeout, and a flyout. And now he faces JT Ricken, the Blues' third baseman here with nobody out in the second inning. Reyes from the stretch, working from the first base side of the rubber, comes home. And Ricken takes a slider on the outside corner, 0-1. Again, we apologize for the technical difficulties last inning. To catch you up on how the second went for the Saints, 2 hits in the inning. Raider Tello singled, stole a base, eventually came around to score on the RBI single from Kite McDonald. A 1 offering. And Ricken takes the slider, same spot, same result, 0-2. So Reyes has come out firing with the breaking pitches here in the bottom of the second. And after he diced up the Blues his last time out, trying to continue that success, and now he pitches with a lead. Another deep squat. Reyes comes set. 0-2. It's a two-seamer, a little bit inside. Ricken checks his swing. He did not go around, 1-2. That was the two-seam fastball that Reyes dominated the Blues with his last time out. He wasn't throwing it too much on the inside corner, which is normally where you see the two-seamers go. You want to tail into the handle of the bat. He used it to freeze the Blues on the outside corner. He got Ricken to bend away from that one. Maybe that's where he goes here. 1-2 offense. Here's the pitch. It is the two-seamer, and this one misses a little bit outside. So 2-2 the count. Reyes from Cal Poly Pomona facing JT Ricken, the third baseman, a recent entrant of the transfer portal. So no longer at Oregon. Ricken's got 8 runs batted in, a .244 hitter so far this season. 2-2 on the way. Ricken leaves the slider outside the opposite batter's box. The count moves full. Blues haven't had a base runner yet. They went 1-2-3 in the first. Ricken a full count here with nobody out in the second. Trying to reach for Matt Massiangelo, who's on deck. Reyes set at the belt. Black glove, navy belt with the navy uniforms on for the Saints. Payoff on the way, and Ricken rolls it foul. Bounced off the plate, right past Ricken's shin. Foul down the third base line, so the count's still full. Ricken looks down the third base line. Steve Tolley, the Blues' third base coach, puts his hands up. No signs shown. Ricken entrenched in this battle with Caleb Reyes. Another squat. Now another 3-2. And Ricken bounces it off his hands towards third. Tello has to back up. A long throw on the way, just in time to get Ricken at first. 1 out. So Tello had to back up way in front of the shortstop, Hammonds, and he ended up making the play and enough on the throw to get the speedy Ricken. 1 away. Here is Matt Massiangelo. Massiangelo, DH, .320 average, 9 runs batted in. Former Cal State Bakersfield Roadrunner. Now he's in the transfer portal. A left-handed hitter here with the righty Reyes on the mound. And Massiangelo, though he has not been playing every day, showing off the positional versatility, playing the outfield and first, DHing today. And he's got the best average on the Blues, a .320 hitter so far. Reyes stares in. First pitch of the at-bat, and Massiangelo takes the fastball at the top of the zone for a strike. We've seen a relatively big zone here early on, so something the hitters have to think about. Pitchers, maybe an easier day for them on the mound today. 0-1 the count on Massiangelo. The Blues facing the Arroyo Seco Saints. The Saints 4-2 since the showcase game break. Game and a half up on the Blues for third place here in the CCL South. 0-1. Massiangelo takes that one off the plate. So it's a big series for both teams. If the Blues are able to play well against the Saints, maybe win at least 1, potentially 2, a sweep here for the Blues would launch them into third place. Or if the Saints are able to continue their dominance against the Blues, it would help pad that cushion that they have for the, right now it would be the second seed in the playoffs. 1-1. Massiangelo flies it foul the other way, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Right now the standings, as they've been for a while, Santa Barbara in first, 19-8 record. Orange County's 2.5 games behind the Foresters. They're 17-11. Saints 2 games back of the Riptide at 15-13. Blues just the game and a half back of Arroyo Seco. They're 12-13. But they're only a game up on the Conejo Oaks for that final playoff spot. The Oaks are 12-15. And the Barons down at 5-20. They've been eliminated from playoff contention, 13 games back of first. 1-2 on the way. Massiangelo takes the fastball high, 2-2. Hitting for average isn't something that Massiangelo is in uncharted territory with. He led CSU Bakersfield in batting average across his couple at-bats he had this past year. He was 8 for 20. 8 singles. He's hit for a little bit more power, mostly doubles with the Blues. But a 400 hitter there, a 320 hitter so far here. 2-2. Massiangelo takes the slider this time, a little bit high. So the count moves full. Jason Hansen on deck, Mastiangelo at the plate. Another hitter here in the second inning to go to a full count. 1-0 Saints after Arroyo Seco took the lead in the top half of this inning. Blues trying to tie things up, maybe take the lead here in the second inning, but they need their first base runner of the day. 3-2. Mastiangelo shoots it foul. Out of the stadium just over the merchandising tent, and Mastiangelo lives to see another pitch. So the count's still full on the designated hitter. 5'11", 190-pound left-hander from Gilbert, Arizona. Still 3-2. Reyes works from the first base side of the rubber. Set at the belt. He delivers. Mastiangelo pops it up. Same place, out of play down the third base line. Hooking into the parking lot. It bounces off of the Beer 1 trailer. It was near the Saints bus. Mastiangelo continues to fight him off the other way. Count still full. 1 out here in the second. Reyes only the 4 walks and now 23 innings so far this summer. He's gonna give in. He wants to see a fastball here in the zone. Does not want to walk Mastiangelo to put a base runner on. Here's another 3-2, and Mastiangelo hammers it deep to right. Heading back is the right fielder McDonald. A little too much loft under it as he settles under it in front of the track and makes the one-handed catch. So Mastiangelo hit it well but got under it just slightly, and that's the second out here in the second inning. 88 miles an hour off the bat for Mastiangelo. Just not enough juice to get it over the head of McDonald. And now that's a second straight full count that Reyes has won. Here's Jason Hansen, the first baseman from UC Davis. The only other qualified 300 hitter on the Blues. Hansen now hitting 300 with 6 runs batted in. Right on right matchup. 2 outs now in the second. Reyes has sat down the first 5 Blues here today. First pitch of the at-bat is a slider a little off the plate out of the glove of Burge on the outside corner. 1 ball and no strikes. Hansen heading to UC Davis from Yuba College. In 11 games so far for the Blues, he's got 12 hits, 6 runs batted in. He's also walked 5 times, and the key for him, doesn't strike out a whole lot. Only the 6 Ks in his 11 games. 1-0. Hansen takes that slider. This one's on the outside corner for a strike, so it's 1-1. Was talking with Jason Hansen earlier, and we've talked about him all season. Just a fun guy, loves his routines, loves to share things with us. Talked about the shake it in and out, his Costco runs early, and now he told me all today about his breakfast every single day. That 2-seamer's on the outside corner. So every day, without fail, Jason Hansen will go a toasted bagel with some butter, a piece of bacon, and 3 eggs. And so today he told me he went to Costco, got the chicken Alfredo for dinner, and he had to get bagels. He says he goes through them like crazy, trying to build some power, especially if he wants to play first base. 1-2, and Hansen takes in the dirt. 2 balls and 2 strikes. But you got the chef, Jason Hansen. That sounds good. I want him to make me that for breakfast. Although I would put cream cheese on the bagel. He's a butter guy, but he said he doesn't do the cream cheese. Butter a way to get in some extra calories. 2-2 with 2 outs here in the second inning. 1-0 Saints lead as Reyes looking to sit down his 6th straight blue. He comes set, glove set at the belt. 2-2 on the way, and Hansen takes a little off the plate outside, and the count moves full. So he tried to attack with a 2-seamer again, and Hansen, a gutsy take off that outside corner. We saw the last time that Reyes was here, he was darting that pitch right on that outside corner. This one missed a little bit, so another hitter to go to a full count. Blues looking for their first base runner here with 2 away in the second. Reyes throws, and he misses outside again. So Hansen draws his 7th walk. First base runner for the Blues, a walk with 2 away. And now the runner at first, it's Jacob Ruley coming up. Ruley, the left fielder, formerly from CSU Bakersfield, into the portal. A .222 average, 3 runs batted in for Ruley. He comes up here with a runner at first, 2 outs. So Hansen at first, Ruley to the plate, and Reyes finally loses a hitter. All 3 batters here in this inning have gone to 3-2, and now finally one reaches for San Luis Obispo. 2 outs, the runner at first. Reyes steals outside to Jacob Rulli. 1 ball and no strikes. Rulli played 21 games as a starter for CSU Bakersfield this past year. 92 at-bats. He had 28 hits, good for a .304 average with 4 homers, 15 runs batted in. 1-0 from Reyes, and that fastball is right down the middle. 1-1 the count. 88-mile-an-hour fastball out of the hand of the Cal Poly Pomona right-hander. Count evens up. Jason Hansen at first. He's only tried to steal 2 bags. He's successful 50% of them. 1 stolen base in 2 attempts. Not exactly a threat to run at first for Caleb Reyes. Pitcher that primarily works from the stretch, stays in it. And now comes set, glove held at his belt. Minimal lead at first for Hansen. 1-1. And that fastball misses outside, 2-1. So Reyes is walking around the hill. I can't tell whether he's having issues with the mound or he's upset with the strike zone. He keeps going back to the well on that 2-seamer outside and just isn't hitting in the same way that he did his last time up. So a 2-1 count, 2 outs. Even if the Blues aren't able to bring a run across, they're running up that pitch count on Reyes. Long hold, 2-1. And Rulli chops it on the ground towards short. Hammonds waits for the high hop, and he dropped the ball. Went to go to the underhand flip and completely fumbled it. And that's a gift for the Blues. 2 runners aboard with 2 outs. Hammonds, I think he realized he was going to have to hurry with that underhand flip as Hansen made good time getting to second base. And he thought about the flip before he fully had the ball, and it just came right out of his hand. So the Blues have gotten the walk and the error with 2 outs. Now here's Jacob Galloway, the USC catcher, who comes up with 2 runners aboard. And Galloway still trying to figure out a way to do it with the bat for the Blues, hitting just .067 after hitting .365 at USC. His average is almost 300 points lower than his average when he was a Trojan. Does have the 5 walks in 5 games. Chance for his first league RBI here. Hansen at second, Rulli at first. Walk and an E6 here with 2 away. Reyes steals, and Galloway shoots it down the left field line, hooking away from the left fielder Godfrey, and it falls foul. Just off that sidewall down the left field line, hit it probably 310 feet, but couldn't keep it fair. So the count 0-1. Galloway started 19 games, played in 24 for USC this past season. 23 hits and 63 at-bats, a .365 average. 5 doubles, a triple, a homer, and 11 runs batted in. Reyes sets. Hansen, the runner at second. Tying run here in the second inning. Rulli right behind him as Galloway takes the fastball high. While Hansen has average speed, Jacob Rulli is one of the fastest Blues on the team. He stands at first. He's got the runner in front of him, so he won't be able to steal, but he's a perfect 12 for 12 when trying to swipe bags so far this summer. 1-1. Reyes sets. Now the fans get into it a little bit. They're chanting with that squat, trying to will the Blues to a run here in the second as Galloway takes a backdoor slider on the outside corner, called strike 2. That time Reyes able to catch the outside corner, did it with a perfect breaking ball. And now Galloway's got to battle up. Choked up about an inch on his Blackwood bat. Got the white batting tape. 1-2. Reyes has the 1 strikeout. That was a swinging strikeout of DeCarlo back in the first. And now a chance here to strike out Galloway to end the inning. 2 runners aboard, 2 outs. Reyes looks to second, brings it home, and Galloway strikes out swinging. Can't catch up to the fastball as the Blues strand the 2 free runners. And we head to the third. It's 1-0 Arroyo Seco on the SLO Blues streaming network. Top side of the third here from Sinsheimer Stadium, and the Saints are back up. It's 8-9-1 for Arroyo Seco, starting with Thomas Goldbrinson, the new second baseman from St. Thomas. This is the point in the season where the reinforcements are coming in. We got Goldbrinson, who we've been told is mainly a good defender for the Saints, but making his second start in a row up the middle of the infield, hitting 8th. And he rolls this one on the ground to his shortstop counterpart, Cody Darcy, and behind the bag, Darcy makes the throw across the diamond in time for the out. So Goldbrinson now 0 for 4 on the league season after going 0 for 3 yesterday. But it wasn't a tough day for him. It was more a tough day for the entirety of the Saints. We mentioned the no-hitter by Santa Barbara against Arroyo Seco yesterday. First no-hitter of the CCL South season. But the Saints already have 3 hits through 2 1/3 now today. They've got the 1 run on the RBI single from Kite McDonald yesterday. Now, the bottom of the order, it's Preston Godfrey coming up against Ryan Baum. Left-handed hitter, kicks and deals. And Godfrey flies it out of play the other way. No balls and 1 strike. Godfrey, the left fielder from New Mexico State, hitting 196 with a home run and 10 runs batted in. 1 away here in the third. Baum sets from the windup. He strides and shoots. And Godfrey checks his swing, shoots it foul the other way again. 0-2 the count. So Baum, despite giving up the 3 hits so far, continues to go after the Saints. He hasn't walked a hitter yet, just the 3 singles, 3 strikeouts, and a ground out to second. 0-2 count. Cal Poly righty deals, and that's bounced up the middle. Cody Darcy ranges behind the bag. He leaps, and he can't make the catch. It bounces into center field as Cody Darcy tried to range for that ground ball. It's another single for the Saints. This time it's Godfrey. He's aboard. That's another 0-2 hit for Arroyo Seco. Well, Ryan Baum is attacking these hitters, but in 0-2 counts, you don't always want to lay in a strike. That's the second one of those that he has given up. And now it's the top of the order, Jared Quant, who singled to start the game, who comes up with a runner at first, 1 away. One away, runner at first is Preston Godfrey, 1 stolen base on the summer. And Jared Quant, the DH from Hawaii, who's 1 for 1 with a single. Steps up left on right matchup. And Quant lines it straight back, no balls and 1 strike. Quant has been a Blues killer so far this summer. We mentioned that game that he had with 2 home runs against Grant Cunningham. Another hit today. He just continues to torch the Blues. Runner at first, 1 away, a 1-0 Saints lead. A 1 offering, and Quant takes the changeup outside, 1-1. Quant from Hawaii. 6'1", 180-pound sophomore. Career 302 hitter so far through 2 seasons at Hawaii. 2021 and 2023. He was hurt in 2022, took the year off. Hit 310 as a freshman, 299 last year. Pick to first. Diving back in is Preston Godfrey. Quant this past 299 average, 38 hits and 127 at-bats. Also the 4 homers, 21 runs batted in. Baum sets. Another pick to first. Baum's already picked off 2 today, but Godfrey dives back in. Quant was one of those. Quant tried to steal second base. He was picked off by Ryan Baum, so his single was immediately erased off the board. Baum's got a good move, but can't get too invested in the runner at first. You've got a dangerous hitter at the plate. 1-1 with 1 out. Baum comes home. Runner takes off. A swing and a miss. Here's the throwdown from Galloway. It's perfect, and it's in time. Galloway guns down a runner. Now 2 away in the inning. And even though Jacob Galloway has not been getting it done with the bat for the Blues, his defense has been ever apparent. Another runner thrown out. He's been excellent behind the dish. And now the runner erased again. 1-2. 2 outs. Baum from the windup again. 1-2 count on Quant. Stares in for his sign. A long hold and the 2-strike offering. It's the curveball. It's a little high. 2-2. So the third runner erased off the base paths by the Blues. You had the caught stealing in the first, the pickoff to end the second, and the caught stealing here again in the third. 2-2 on the way. Quant checks his swing. Did he go around at a high fastball? He did not. And the count moves full. Just a perfect throw from Galloway, putting on a catcher's clinic behind home plate. Full count to the leadoff man, Jared Quant, hitting .250 with 2 homers. Pitch on the way. Quant shoots it foul. So the DH from Hawaii has been tough to strike out so far on the league season. Just 1 strikeout a game. He struck out 40 times across 34 starts. Nearly a third of the time he struck out at Hawaii. Another 3-2. Quant takes low. So the leadoff man's been aboard 2 times. Runner at first again with 2 outs. And I'm sure the word to Quant is do not get erased off the base paths. Got picked off his first time. The runner's already been thrown out in this inning. You want to give a chance to the offense to hit. Here's Max Blessinger. Quant does have good speed, now 7 for 8 on stolen base attempts after getting picked off by Baum. Max Blessinger, the center fielder from Belmont, 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Came into this game hitting .329. A long hold, first pitch, and the fastball's on the outside corner with a strike. Seems like there's a pretty big strike zone on that side specifically, whether it's outside and high to the right-handed hitters or inside and high to the lefties. That corner really being called a strike a little bit more liberally here today. A 1. Blessinger takes the curveball outside and low. 1-1 the count. For the Saints specifically, their team, they don't really need the running to manufacture the runs for them. They've got the best team batting average in the CCL South. .267 team average. They've scored 157 runs. The offense carrying an 157 run mark, second most in the South. They trail Orange County by 1 run. The Riptide have scored 158. The Saints 157. 1-1 the count. Runner at first is Quant, a 1-0 lead. Batter is Max Blessinger. Bomb comes home. Blessinger chases the curveball in the dirt. 1-2. That pitch was not close. It was in the dirt, but that pitch that's got nearly 1.5 feet of vertical drop, and Blessinger swings and misses, so a 2-strike count. We'll see if Quant runs from first, a 2-strike count. Good speed for the center fielder. DH from Hawaii with Blessinger playing center field today. 1-2. Bomb comes home. Blessinger rolls it foul. So the Saints, not a team that they need to put the running game on in order to score. They can rely on the team for hits. The Blues are kind of the other way around. Most stolen bases in the entire CCL, and they've only got a .208 team batting average coming into this game. By far the worst in the South. They've scored just the 116 runs, which is 5th ahead of just the Academy Barons. So the running game, a little bit more of a necessity for the Blues. Another 1-2. Blessinger takes the curveball low, 2 balls and 2 strikes. So for the Blues, when they've got a runner at first, maybe there's 2 outs, they can't rely on a single, maybe a pair of hits or a double. They need to get the runners moving to try and create some offense. The Saints the other way around. 2-2 with 2 outs. Runner at first is Jared Quant. Pitch on the way. Blessinger bounces it foul again. So continues to put up a fight as Baum is just firing in the fastballs. And Blessinger will not strike out for a second time. 15 strikeouts now for Blessinger. This is his 23rd league game, so he's well-versed in playing for the Saints. This is just Arroyo Seco's 29th game, so Blessinger's played in all but 6. 2-2 on the way again. Blessinger bounces it foul yet again. So still 2-2, 2 outs. Jared Quant, the runner at first. Baum has given up 4 hits. Walked Quant here with 2 outs, but searching for a scoreless third, keeping it just the 1-run game. Still 2-2 as Baum in a battle with Blessinger. Right on right matchup. Pick to first, and Quant dives back in. So Baum showing Jared Quant, hey, I'm still thinking about you. I know I picked you off before, but Quant's got good speed. 2-2. Here it comes again. Blessinger lines this one over the leap of Rick in the third baseman and down the left field line. Rulli cuts it off. His throw goes into second. It's first and third with 2 outs as Blessinger wins the battle. A nice at-bat for the center fielder from Belmont, showing off his pedigree. Picks up a 2-strike base hit. And now things getting started with 2 outs for the Saints. Runners at the corners. Here's Jordan Rogers, the 3-hole hitter. Now it's Blessinger at first, Quant at third. Jordan Rogers, who struck out his first time up, the first baseman from Wichita State, gets an RBI opportunity with good speed at both base paths. One of the better at-bats that we've seen here. First and third. First pitch to Rogers. And a swing and a ground ball towards short. Backhanded by Darcy. He goes to second in time for the out. So Baum gives up a pair of hits, also walks one. 5 hits for the Saints through 3, but just the 1 run as Baum able to get the ground ball and get out of it. We head bottom 3, still 1-0 on the SLO Blues streaming network. Blues back up here in the bottom of the third, and it's the 9-hole hitter Cody Darcy to lead things off. Darcy then Burns into Carlo against Caleb Reyes. Blues still looking for their first hit. They got their first 2 base runners last inning on a walk and an error, but Jacob Galloway struck out to strand runners at first and second. Now it's the shortstop from Arkansas State, Cody Darcy, to lead things off. Darcy, a 161 hitter, 2 runs batted in. Reyes hits the squat once again. Buried in a little tip of the shadows, deals. Darcy swings the first pitch, hammers it on 1 hop. A snag by Tello. Long throw across the diamond in time for the out. Tello just stuck his glove out there, and it ended up right in the webbing. 1 pitch, 1 out here in the third. So that's a tough break for Cody Darcy. He just hammered that pitch. 91 miles an hour off the bat, but nothing to show for it. He's down on 1 pitch. So back to the top of the order for the Blues. Second time through the lineup. It's Nin Burns, the center fielder. Burns grounded out also to Raider Tello on the first pitch of the game. So see if he sees more than just the 1 pitch in this at-bat. 1 out here in the third. Reyes delivers. Burns takes a slider on the outside corner. That's been Reyes' best pitch so far today. He started off JT Ricken with a pair of nice sliders back to start the second inning. And while he hasn't had the 2-seam command like he did the last time he was here in Sinsheimer Stadium, he's relying on the slider here, and he's ahead in the count 0-1. A 1 offering. Burns chases the slider this time. Barely gets a piece. 0-2. And I think the Blues are seeing it enough for a strike that then when Reyes leaves the zone with the slider, they still feel like they need to swing, protect that outer half, especially with the wider strike zone that we've seen. So dangerous pitch, and Reyes might be finding a formula to keep stifling the Blues. No hits the first time through the order. Here the leadoff man, Nin Burns. 0-2. That slider's down in the dirt. A block by Burge, and this time Burns holds up. 1-2 the count. Burns had an excellent season this past year at Cal Poly Pomona. Just has not gotten it going. And this is his last chance, really. Last game with the Blues. Came into today the 163 average. A little bit lower now after his ground out in the first. 3 runs batted in league play. 1-2. Burns wraps this one on the ground. A snag by Tello on a backhand behind the bag, and it's foul. Burns probably beating that out if it's a fair ball. But Tello just grabs it in foul territory, so Burns takes the long walk back. And for Burns, he was good, really good in non-league play. It's been more of a struggle since the CCL started for him. But he's been here since the start of the summer. This is game number 39, and Burns has been around for nearly all of them. So he'll take this little bit of the end to his summer, figure out where he's going to school. His last day here today with the Blues. End of an era. Reyes sets 1-2. One out here in the third. The righty deals, and Burns rolls it foul. So against his former Cal Poly Pomona teammate, Burns able to catch a piece of that slider. He's gotten primarily the breaking ball. And who knows, maybe Reyes knows something that other pitchers don't, facing Nin Burns in practice. Sometimes you just find what works against your own guys more than you can against other teams. So 2 former teammates going at it here in the CCL. 1 out and a 1-2 count. Reyes comes home. It's another slider and it misses out. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Burns was the leadoff hitter for Cal Poly Pomona. 48 games out of the 52 possible. He started out in center field and in the leadoff spot. Hit .317, 5 homers, 28 runs batted in. Two-two offering. And that pitch misses low. Back to the fastball went Caleb Reyes. That's a little below the plate. So the count moves full 3-2. Burns leads the team with his 17 walks, so he's not afraid to take a base on balls. While he's only hitting just about 160, the on-base percentage is one of the highest on the team, and it's due in large part to those walks. 3-2. Burns fists it on the ground towards second. A couple skips into the glove of Goldbrinson, who straightens up and throws across the diamond in time for the out, 2 away. So Burns is 0 for 2. Now here comes Sam DiCarlo, who struck out back in the first at-bat. Reyes still hasn't given up a hit, and he's working this time through the second part of the order. Sam DiCarlo, the second baseman from the University of Washington, comes up for a second time. DiCarlo came into today, a .260 average, a home run, 7 runs batted in. Struck out swinging back in the first. Reyes delivers, and DiCarlo bounces this one again to third. Raider Tello spears it, throws low, but he gets the out, and the Blues go 1-2-3 here in the third. We had a third of the way through this ball game to the fourth. It's still 1-0 Saints on the SLO Blues streaming network. Middle of the order coming up here, top 4 for the Arroyo Seco Saints. It's Raider Tello, Alex Burge, Mason Hammonds with a 1-0 Saints lead. I'm joined again by Nate Mills here in the top of the 4th. And for Ryan Baum, who's allowed 5 hits, he faces the heart of this Saints order, starting with Raider Tello, above 400 coming into this game, and he's already got a single and a run scored. Baum delivers, and Tello breaks his bat, a sinking fly ball into center, and then Burns comes in and collects the first out. Well, Nate, you've been down in the dugout. This is a big series for this team. Did you feel like the vibes in the dugout were living up to how big of a series this is for the Blues?
I do think the energy was up in the dugout, a lot more active in terms of, I think, heads in the game and talking about the game and maybe making some chirps over to the umpire. But it was good vibes down there. I think the guys are ready. There's a lot of game left, only down by 1 run. Not that far of a deficit.
Here's Alex Burge, the catcher from Wichita State. Grounded out to second his first time up. And the lefty takes a fastball above the zone. 1 ball and no strikes. I also think it's easier for this group to gel because it is thinning out. So there's less clicks that may be being built with. There's just less people in the dugout, which is really weird. 1-0. And Burge lifts it in the air towards center. Another play for Burns, who's into the left center field gap, camps under it, and makes the catch. A guy like Burns leaving, the roster completely flipping around. That we've been here for nearly 40 games now, and some of the guys that we've seen the entire summer heading home, and the roster just getting smaller in general.
Yeah, we've been seeing that throughout the entire summer. It usually happens with summer ball teams where you see some new faces and then some familiar faces leaving. I feel like in SLO's case, the rate of that has been exponentially higher than a lot of other teams across the country.
Mason Hammonds, the shortstop from Tarleton State, takes a fastball in the inside corner. It helps, too, for the Blues. I mean, I guess it doesn't help, but one of the reasons that the Blues have lost more guys is, A, the roster is so big to start off, and then they've got all those non-league games. So while every CCL team has played maybe at this point 25 league games so far, add on another near 15 non-league games for the Blues, and these guys have been here almost 2 times as long as some other teams.
Yeah, it's a long season for these boys down there.
0-2. Hammonds wraps it on the ground towards short. Cody Darcy has it bounce off the heel of his glove. He's got to hurry his throw, but it gets him at first. So more on the roster in the bottom half of the 4th with the Blues coming up. Still 1-0 on the SLO Blues streaming network. Jariah Lewis to lead things off for the Blues here in the 4th. It's Lewis and then Rick and Massiangelo with the Blues trailing by a run against Caleb Reyes. Jariah Lewis rocking the new walk-up song, changed to Princess Diana by Ice Spice. Him and Jacob Ruley are Ice Spice girlies here today. The 2 hitters for the Blues changing up their walk-up songs. As Lewis here to lead off the inning, and he takes a two-seamer off the plate. Not the biggest Ice Spice fan. I don't know if that's a hot take here in this day and age.
That was going to be my
I
question.
just don't get it.
Come on, you got to listen to it a little bit. I mean, I know you saw me bopping the head. Get into it.
Want to know the count on Jariah Lewis. Lewis got into a ball to right field his last time up, but flew out to right. Now he swings and misses for a 1-1 count. But it was behind the batting cage, and they both come up to me. They're like, hey, when's the music guy get here? We want new walk-up songs. I'm like, oh, just tell me, what do you want? And they just start chuckling with each other like, we want Ice Spice. And then they tell me both of the different songs, and they're just having a little fun to end out the summer.
That's awesome. And also back to our conversation about the chemistry of the team.
As Lewis pops this one up to short, Hammond's back out on the outfield grass, and right in front of the left fielder, Godfrey, he makes the catch.
It's such a unique group of guys because, like we said, so many new faces, familiar faces leaving. Despite all of that, I feel like this is some of the most well-glued together teams I've ever seen in a summer league. And that you could attribute that to, like we said, they played more summer games than anyone else in the CCL, so they've been around each other longer. But I think there's a group of guys there that just latch onto each other very well. It's really unique with this team.
The righty Caleb Reyes is continuing to just slice through this Blues lineup like a hot knife through butter as he misses high here to JT Ricken. No hits allowed yet for the Cal Poly Pomona right-hander. He's got the walk and then the error by the shortstop Hammond that both came in the second inning. But he's just been dicing up the Blues. 1-0 count. It's JT Ricken, the third baseman, at the plate. Grounded out to third his last time up. Takes that two-seamer a little off the plate outside. And we've talked about Reyes a couple times. We saw him last week here at home. It's that two-seamer that is really his go-to pitch. He hasn't had it today, but he's made do with the slider.
Yeah, the slider I feel like is a pitch that the Blues have struggled with really all season, but you mix in that hard two-seamer with lots of horizontal movement. It's going to be a problem.
Well, that one horizontally moves onto the inside corner for a strike, 2-1. So 2-1 count, one out here in the fourth. 1-0 Saints lead. So all the Blues really need is maybe to string one or two hits together, tie this game up. It's been a tough task against Caleb Reyes this summer. Came in today with a 2.05 earned run average. With 3 scoreless innings so far, that's below 2. This one's up the middle. There's your first hit as JT Ricken rounds first. Runner at first with 1 out.
Yeah, it's a good guy to do it, too. Get some speed on the base paths as well. Potentially could be a stolen base threat. He's 0 for 1 this year, but we know he's got the wheels to do it. And it has the makings of swinging the pendulum the way towards slow. Maybe get at least 1 run on the board.
Here's Matt Massiangelo, the DH. So Ricken gets the Blues' first hit, stands at first base. Tying run it on board. Massiangelo flew out to right, hit at 88 miles an hour. I thought he was going to maybe golf one out near the wall, but it kind of died at that last second as he got a little too far underneath it. Flew it out to McDonald, so he's 0 for 1. First pitch to the lefty, and Massiangelo takes the slider low, 1 ball and no strikes.
I think Massiangelo just missed that one, maybe too high for it to go out. I think everyone in the dugout thought for a second that it had a chance, but then realized McDonald was camped right underneath it.
Reyes works from the stretch. The fans continue to egg him on for that squat that we have seen for the entirety of his couple of outings against the Blues. There it is, and he's set at the belt, a 1-0 count. The righty delivers, and Massiangelo takes that first changeup that we've seen on the day, a little bit low, 2 balls and no strikes.
Ricken with a big secondary over at first. Keep my eye on him.
Held on there at first by Rogers. 2 balls, no strikes to count on Massiangelo. Maybe a chance brewing here for the Blues in the fourth. Another squat. A long hold in the 2-0. Massiangelo golfs it into right. This falls for a base hit. Right in front of McDonald, the right fielder. Ricken moves to second. It's back-to-back hits for the Blues, and they've got first and second with 1 away.
The Blues got something cooking. Great swing by Massiangelo. That's his specialty, golfing it out there to right field. He does it again on that fastball. Another hit on board for the Blues.
So now you've got Ricken at second, Massiangelo at first. The batter will be Jason Hansen. Hansen drew a nice walk his first time up. And now he faces Caleb Reyes for a second time. Hansen batting .300 with 6 runs batted in on the league season. Chance with a tying run at second, so knocking another. Middle infield double play depth for the Saints, trying to turn that double play to get out of the inning. 1 out. First pitch of the at-bat, and Hansen takes a slider through the legs of the catcher Burge and to the backstop. Both Blues advance. It's now second and third with 1 out. And now a really big RBI chance.
Yeah, big mistake back there from Burge, letting that one go between the wickets. I think he stood up too early on the ball in the dirt. It was able to go right by him towards the backstop. 2 free 90s.
Coach emerges from the dugout for the Saints. Looks like they're going to get a meeting at the mound. You always see that in these situations, maybe talking about, hey, here's what we're going to do to bring the infield in. Here's how I want you to pitch this guy. You do have the open base with Jacob Ruley on deck, but this early in the ball game here in the fourth, you never really want to make decisions like that to pitch around a guy, put more runners aboard. But right now the conversation going on is just the pitching coach, the pitcher, and the catcher. So it's Burge and Reyes out there getting a little bit of a talking to. Second and third with 1 out.
I think just because it's coach and the battery there makes me think it's more of a comforting talk, not so much strategy. Because yeah, you're right, Jack. A little too early for that. I think he's just trying to get on the same page with what pitches he's comfortable with. We saw the changeup didn't really work how he wants it to. Caleb Reyes wants it to. I think it looked like his two-seam, but not enough vertical break. It was kind of like the two-seam he had, but slower.
What's qualifiers day, or maybe it's, the first match for the U.S. women's national team in soccer? That was a goal right through the legs of Burge. Or a meg, is what soccer fans would call it.
Nutmeg.
Here a big chance, though, for the Blues to tie or take the lead. They've got second and third with 1 out here in the fourth inning. Back-to-back hits, and then the passed ball by Burge. An RBI opportunity for Hansen. I want to know the count. Corners and the middle infield, for the most part, play even with the bag, so not bringing the infield fully in. Maybe ready to crash on Hansen. 1-0, and Hansen takes a two-seamer. That's spotted perfectly on the outside corner, 1-1. First one of those we've seen today where I think Reyes put it in the exact spot he wanted it to go.
It was a good spot. Froze up Jason Hansen. It's a good pitch.
Hansen doesn't need a hit to bring in a run. This is the situational hitting the Blues have been trying to pick up all summer long. Runner at third, less than 2 outs. Got to score at least the 1. Hansen takes another two-seamer, another strike, too. 1-2 the count.
It goes right back at it. Why not? He's feeling it good. Hitting that outer black. Goes right back to it.
So now Hansen has to shorten up. Got to put something in play. This is a situation where we really see what kind of a Blues team we're going to get on the day. Got to avoid striking out here with the runner at third. The tying run, less than 2 outs. It's Ricken at third. You got Massiangelo at second. 1-2 count on the UC Davis first baseman Jason Hansen. Reyes sets to the belt. Now he fires. And Hansen takes the two-seamer outside. And it seemed like Reyes maybe overthrew that one, missed off the plate outside, was trying to throw the perfect pitch, add a little extra velocity, and he misses to even up the count 2-2.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Try to go to that outer half that he hit on the first 2 pitches. Just tried a little too hard.
We'll see if he sticks with a two-seamer or switches it up to the slider or change. 2-2 the count, 2 runners aboard. Pitch on the way. Hansen pops it up. Shallow second base. Moves Goldbrinson back. He camps under it and makes the catch. So the same as a strikeout for the most part, but Hansen down for the second out of the inning. And now you just need the 1 out if you're Caleb Reyes and you get out of it unscathed.
Yeah, unfortunate for Hansen there. The non-productive out, pop out right over to second base. He battled in his first at-bat, and I think he did in that second one as well. Seen a lot of pitches, but just couldn't pay off for him.
So now Jacob Ruley, another Ice Spice walk-up song, walks up. And this is a big at-bat for the Blues. You got tying run at second, go ahead, or tying run at third, go ahead run at second. 2 outs now on the fourth, and Reyes a chance if he can get Ruley out to work another scoreless inning. Blues trying to see what kind of day they're going to get from their offense. Infield plays back yet again. They'll go across the diamond for the out. Try and get the force at first. Oh, well. Ruley rolls it off his own foot. No balls on 1 strike.
Yeah, he went after with the slider too early on it, right off the front foot. But he was ready for it.
Blues won the season series with the Saints last year. The offense was great. It was a 5-1 season series win in 6 games. They're 0-4 this year, so they need to get something going against the Saints, and a hit here could change things up, but Arroyo Seco has just dominated San Luis Obispo so far this season, trying to win their 5th straight. 0-1 the count on Ruley. as Reyes sets first base side of the rubber. He brings it home, and Rulli chops it on the ground. Foul down the third base line, 0-2.
Rulli's load has something I haven't seen in a lot of hitters, especially at this level, where when that front foot strides, for him it's his left foot, he opens up his stance. Oftentimes you'll see hitters at this level, at the high school or college level, they'll stride and their front foot isn't, it's like they get themselves crossed up like a scissor almost. He opens up. Wonder if that hinders him from hitting certain pitches.
Maybe it would open up a potential for Reyes to go to that outside slider. 0-2 the count, 2 outs. He's got some pitches to play with. Here it is. It's the two-seamer, and it's a little off the plate. I'm not sure where that missed.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that missed either, but yeah, you nailed it, Jack. That outside slider, clearly we've seen Rulli struggle with it in this at-bat. We saw the load again, opening up like that. Haven't seen that too often.
He's got that slightly staggered stance, so his front foot opened just a tiny bit, but you're right. You do see that on the load. See if he can hammer something down the left field line, and now Burge calls time. Would it be inside pitches that would be easier for him to hit? Outside, he'd struggle with a little more?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm trying to think back. We've seen, so many at-bats from so many different players, and, trying to picture, where every guy goes. Like, you've got guys with tendencies, Massiangelo to right or right center. I'm not sure if I can really remember where Rulli hits most of his baseballs.
I think he keeps it mostly up the middle. It's often mistakes that are middle, and he'll drive it right back up to shallow center field most of the time, I think.
Got to put it in play somewhere here. 1-2 the count, 2 outs. Tying run at third, go-ahead run at second here in the fourth. Blues trying to capitalize on the 2 hits they've had so far in this inning. Reyes trying to work another scoreless frame. He deals, and Rulli pops it up. Foul territory on the first base side. Rogers a long run, still running, and he can't make the catch. In and out of his glove near the Blues bullpen, and the count stays 1-2.
Might have gotten tangled up in the footing as well. It was a weird angle. Tried to follow it all the way through. I think the ball took maybe a cut at the apex. Also got tripped up too, though. Another life for Rulli.
I was just going to say that. Second life for the former Cal State Bakersfield left fielder. Rulli's got the 3-league RBI. Reached on an error his first time up. Hitting in the low 200s, but a chance for a big swing here in the fourth. Game has really slowed to a halt here in this at-bat. 1-2 with 2 outs. Reyes thinking about every pitch. He squats, sets, and after a long hold at third, he delivers. And Rulli bounces it on the ground. Long run for the shortstop, Hammonds, who comes in, gloves, throws high, and it's all the way to the Blues dugout. In to score is Ricken. Around him is Massiangelo, and it's 2-1. Another error on the shortstop, and the Blues take the lead.
Feel like this is how the Blues always start their scoring sprees, as they catch a break just like that one. And I don't think I've ever seen the fans run to the beer stands this quickly. When the Blues score, Jack, you do score.
They were waiting for the Blues to score, and now the fans, well aware that they score, they're heading to the beer tents. Well, that's a big break for the Blues, not the way that Reyes wanted to give up his lead. And even though it's an error, Rulli puts it in play, and that's why you don't strike out in those situations, because anything can happen, even on a regular ground ball. That's the second error by Hammonds. So now 2 runners in. It's 2-1. Now Jacob Galloway comes up, another runner in scoring position. Galloway, the left-handed hitting catcher from USC, struck out swinging with 2 runners aboard in the second. And now he swings and misses at the changeup. No balls and 1 strike. I wonder if the Blues, I don't know how we would look at this, lead the CCL in unearned runs against. I feel like they have gotten a lot of help from teams. And it's no fault of the Blues' own. They've capitalized in those scenarios. But it feels like you're right. It's always how these kind of things start.
Yeah, they seem to take advantage of it. I think that's the first domino to go. And then it's either the offense comes alive and they add on more runs or more mistakes happen. I think that happens a lot more here at Sinsheimer as well after the fans get into it a little bit more.
1-1 the count. Rulli the runner at second. One of the fastest runners on the Blues. Left fielder today, 12 for 12 on stolen bases. A hit would bring in another run. Reyes stares back at second, brings it home, and Galloway pops it foul. So 1-2, and Galloway taking a long walk with himself. He's batting near 50 for his batting average so far with the Blues. 6th league game for the USC catcher. It's been a struggle for him at the plate. We've seen him be great defensively, take some tough at-bats, draw some walks, but trying to get it going with the lumber. RBI chance here with 2 outs. Blues leading now here in the 4th. 1-2 on the way. Galloway takes the changeup a little bit low and inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Galloway still waiting for those long at-bats he strings together to pay off for him. Sees a lot of pitches, fouls a lot of them back. Ends in the strikeout, swinging up in the zone, or a ground out. Just really wanted to find a hole here, especially wanting to pass the baton over to Cody Darcy in this inning.
Guys that see a lot of pitches set themselves up well for success, and it's been weird that Galloway hasn't seen it yet. Still waiting for the breakout. 2-2. Galloway shoots it foul on a pop-up. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes.
We even saw today with Matt Massiangelo strung together himself a real nice at-bat in the second inning. Unfortunately for him, it ended out in the pop-out to right field, or that deep fly ball to right field. But then it came back. He got his success with that single, and he eventually came around to score. So I think that's just something that Galloway's waiting for as well.
Deuces are wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Blues have scored 2 in the inning. They've got a runner at second. Jacob Rulli with excellent speed. Another potential run out there for the Blues. Galloway looking for a hit. The 2-2, and he hammers one out to deep right. Chasing it back is Kite McDonald. He squares up in the sunlight and makes the catch in deep right for the final out of the inning. 2 unearned runs for the Blues on another error by the shortstop Hammond, but the Blues will take the lead. We head to the 5th. It's 2-1 SLO on the SLO Blues streaming network.
We welcome you back to Sinsheimer Stadium. The SLO Blues just picked up the first 2 runs of the game for them. They took the lead after an error at short by Hammonds. They were able to capitalize on that. But now what we're going to see now, Kite McDonald, Thomas Goldbranson, and Preston Godfrey due up for the Saints.
Bottom of the order for Arroyo Seco against Ryan Baum, who stays in the windup. Kicks and deals. And Kite McDonald takes a curveball that bounces about a mile high all the way to the dugout for the Saints. 1 ball and no strikes. McDonald, a real nice at-bat his first time up. Came up in the second inning with a runner at third. Picked up a single to knock in the lone run for the Saints. 1-0. And McDonald takes a vicious hack at a fastball. Taps it back into the glove of Galloway. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, eventually picked off, though, at first base, and I feel like it's those base running mistakes for the Saints today that have been costly for them. I feel like they'd be higher up in the game, or they'd be in the game more if it were not for the caught stealings and the rundowns.
But you had in the first inning Jared Quant. I don't know whether you call it a caught stealing or a pickoff, but he was about halfway to second base when Baum picked him off at first. And then you had McDonald, who got picked off, squarely picked off by Baum. And then the runner that was caught stealing by Galloway last inning, as this time McDonald pops it up to first base in time for the first out. But you're right, the base running mistakes have really defined the early part of this game.
I think it's more about the indecisiveness of what we've seen on the base paths. Am I going to go? Am I not going to go? Am I stealing? Where are my feet going to be positioned? I think that's something that you need to figure out tonight.
So 1 away. Here's Thomas Goldbrinson, the second baseman from St. Thomas. 0 for 4 so far with the Saints. A relatively new player to the team, making just his second start, coming in back-to-back games. 1 ball, no strikes the count on the right-handed hitter. Goldbrinson from St. Thomas. Right-on-right matchup here with 1 out. 1-0 on the way. And Goldbrinson bounces it on the ground into the hole. Long run for Cody Darcy. Grabs the backhand. Low throw on 1 hop. And Goldbrinson beats it out. So there's the first hit for the St. Thomas second baseman. Was a tough play for Darcy, the shortstop. There's not quite enough arm to get it there before the runner.
Yeah, really deep play in the hole. Darcy going across his body to make the throw over to Jason Hansen. 1 hops. It was a nice throw, just not on time.
A little too much speed for Goldbrinson out of the right-hand batter's box. And now it's Preston Godfrey, the left fielder from New Mexico State. Godfrey is 1 for 1, hitting above 200 now on the season. Got a home run with 10 runs batted in after his single back in the 3rd. He was the runner that Galloway threw out trying to steal. So that's the 6th hit already for the Saints here through 4 1/3. Baum comes set, brings it home, and Godfrey takes the changeup low. 1 ball and no strikes. I think if you erase some of those base running mistakes and you look at it just from a numbers standpoint, 6 hits and the 1 walk through 4 1/3, you'd think that there'd be more than 1 run across.
Yeah, those have really just been rally killers. McDonald getting picked off for the final out of the inning, the caught stealing for the second out with Godfrey. That's a rally killer.
Another pick to first. I think one thing I've learned today, it'll be a takeaway no matter what. Baum's got a good move.
He does. Saw it a lot at Cal Poly this year at my time there. Always commenting on that pickoff move. Best A move on the team.
Wow. 1 ball, no strikes on Preston Godfrey as Baum comes set and delivers. And Godfrey takes a fastball in the outside corner. And we've seen that outside strike called with, I don't know what I would call it, but that side of the plate much more open. That wide fastball or the breaking ball, both to lefties and righties. It's been much more a strike today than any other game. As Godfrey takes another one, a little too far outside, 2-1. And the teams, I think the hitters specifically, haven't exactly been happy with the calls.
No, but the most you can really ask for is the consistency, because as long as it keeps getting called that, you now know as a hitter, like, okay, this is going to be a strike today. Now I know this is a pitch that I can swing at, especially with 2 strikes, and I want to expand my zone.
Goldbrinson with a lead. 2-1 the count, 1 out. Baum, a very long hold. He now brings it home, and Godfrey chases the changeup below the zone, 2-2. Goldbrinson hasn't attempted to steal a base yet, so we don't really know his speed level at first. He's the tying run at first here in the 5th. Now a 2-2 count on the 9-hole hitter Preston Godfrey with Jared Quant looming on deck. Baum from the first base side of the rubber sets. Now he deals. And Godfrey takes the curveball low. It bounces off the umpire and Galloway. And now, without even having to steal, Goldbrinson advances to second.
Goldbrinson had a really nice read on that curveball in the dirt. He saw it right away, saw the angle, and took off for second. Nothing you can really do there. That's a nice jump.
So the count now moves 3-2. Galloway did his most to smother the baseball, but it stayed just around his feet. And you're right, that jump from Goldbrinson allows him to put himself in scoring position. Now 3-2 on Godfrey, RBI opportunity. Payoff pitch. Godfrey lines it off with the glove of Galloway. The count stays full.
And he's lucky he got a piece of that way out in front on that breaking ball. Just barely clips it directly back into Galloway's mask. That's another life.
6 hits already for the Saints. 1 here you would assume would knock in a run unless it's right to the Blues outfielders. Blues took the lead in the bottom half of the fourth. 2-1 advantage now for San Luis Obispo as they try and beat the Saints for the first time this year. Still 3-2. Still Goldbrinson at second. Tying run here in the fifth. 1 out in the inning. Bomb comes set. And comes home. And Godfrey barely taps the changeup to stay alive.
Once again, still very out in front on those off-speed pitches. Not sure he's even making contact with them.
Maybe a magnetic bat.
Yeah. Talk about the superpower yesterday, right?
I get him for cheating. There's something in there.
Yeah. I mean, the bomb bat does have a metal rod in the middle of it. We got to see if he's swinging a bomb bat.
Oh, so maybe he's cheating with he threw a magnetic baseball out there. There's a magnet inside instead of a cork ball or whatever's in there. More than just string and rawhide. We only kid. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Still just the 1 out in the inning. It's Goldbrinson at second. Big pitch incoming. Don't want to walk the runner here, though it would set up the double play. Another 3-2 home. And Godfrey takes off the inside corner. That's ball 4.
It's a good spot there from Ryan Baum. I thought he dotted it right up with that fastball for strike 3. Too close to take when you're in a 3-2 count, but he gets awarded first base. But yeah, you're right, Jack. Now we got the double play set up. It was a race with the stolen base with Goldbrinson, but now you get it right back. You just get a ground ball over here from Jared Quant, and you can flip yourself a double play. He's yet to be retired, though.
I was going to say, easier said than done. Quant's been excellent. He's got a single and a walk today. He's also had 2 home runs against the Blues in 1 game before, so not an easy out. Chance to tie the game up now. 2 runners aboard, tying run in scoring position, 1 out. And Quant takes the first pitch fastball outside, 1 ball and no strikes.
And now here in a 1-0 count, Ryan Baum just trying to find something in the zone after just walking there. Underrated hitter's count, as I've said before. It's that 1-0 count. Looking for a fastball here if I'm Quant.
1-0. He gets a fastball, and he lines it past the glove of DiCarlo, the second baseman, into right. Jariah Lewis comes up, runner being sent. The throw skips in, and way too many hops. Not in time, as in comes to score is Goldbrinson. This game's tied.
Yeah, hard hit ball. He does get the fastball. Like I've said, the underrated hitter's count is that 1-0. Ryan Baum comes right at Quant with it. He brings in his second hit of the day. It's an RBI single, and I'm not sure why that ball wasn't cut off by Jason Hansen at first base. Wonder what Galloway said to him on that relay.
Well, we saw Galloway was trying to deke out the runner. He wasn't even looking at the ball until it bounced that last hop. But Jariah Lewis, who's got such a good arm, surprising to see him just completely skip a ball in there like that.
Well, I think what Jariah wanted to prevent was just sailing it into the backstop. I feel like we've seen that a lot with the outfielders this year, trying to be the hero and hit him right on the head, and it ends up sailing away and causing a snowball fight and letting more runs score in. I think he wanted to be more conservative there with that throw, with a hard one low on a line, maybe skips a bit. But I think if Hansen could scoop it on maybe the second or third hop, there would be a better chance.
Well, the tying run in, now 2-2. Still 2 runners aboard, 1 out. It's Max Blessinger now, the batter, who's 1 for 2 with a single. Jared Quant is now 2 for 2. He's reached base 3 times. His 6th RBI ties the game. Blessinger takes a fastball in the outside corner, 1-1 the count. So a real nice at-bat for Jared Quant. We called him a blues killer his last time up, and just living up to that moniker here again in the 5th. Now you've got Godfrey at second, Jared Quant at first. Two runners that have nice wheels for the Saints. And now it's the go-ahead run at second. A 1-1 count on Blessinger. One of the highest averages on the team. 1-1. Blessinger takes a fastball right on that outside corner, 1-2. The thing about the Quant hit, too, it was about an inch away from DiCarlo's glove, where it could have been that force out, maybe the double play, if DiCarlo was able to spin around and throw to second. Game of inches.
You can still get a ground ball here, though. Still got to run it at first. You can still flip one.
Baum's got to make a nice pitch here with 2 strikes. 1-2, 1 out. Pitch on the way, and Blessinger takes a high fastball. Really in an uncharacteristic way, I feel like, for Baum today. He normally is a strike thrower, but He's gotten into a couple 0-2 counts, a couple other 2-strike counts where he's just laying them in there over the heart of the plate. He's given up a pair of 0-2 hits today, including the one that knocked in the first run. And there is something to be said about, while going at hitters is good, if you got an 0-2 count, you're supposed to go out of the zone. 2-2. And Blessinger checks his swing, chops it foul.
Yeah, too many mistakes over the middle of the plate. Almost had one there with the slider, but luckily Blessinger checked up on that swing. I thought he left that way too middle. And that's just what it's been, just too many mistakes over the heart of the plate with a 2-strike count. Yeah, Jack, you can go out of the zone with that fastball. Haven't seen a lot of movement on it today either. So when you get a flat fastball like that coming at upper 80s, they're going to get to hacking, especially with 2 strikes.
Still a chance to get out of this inning with a tie ball game. 2-2 the count. Pitch on the way, and Blessinger pops it foul down the first base line and out of play. So the count stays even. Godfrey, the runner at second. Jared Quant at first. The Saints have tied the game up here in the 5th. They've got the go-ahead runner in scoring position here with 1 out. Baum sets to the belt. A look to second. Another 2-2 on the way. Blessinger takes strike 3 call. First strikeout since the second inning for Ryan Baum, and that's out number 2 here in the 5th. And that was a big K.
Yeah, he goes upstairs with the fastball. Might have wanted Blessinger to swing at that, but he takes a look right at it. Clips the top half of the zone for strike 3. It's a good pitch by Ryan Baum. Still keeping it in the zone while also wanting Blessinger to go after it. Big strikeout.
4th K for Ryan Baum. And now with 2 outs, it's Jordan Rogers, the first baseman from Wichita State. Rogers is 1 for 2. He's got one of those strikeouts. He's also grounded out to short to end the 3rd. Still 2 runners aboard. Now 2 outs in the inning. Deep squat for Rogers. First pitch of the at-bat is a slider a little low. 1 ball and no strikes. The Saints have 7 hits. They've picked up 2 of them in this inning. Their second run to tie this game up. Blues have been a little more economical. They've got 2 hits and 2 runs. 1-0 offering. Rogers lines it past the glove of Ricken down the third base line. It's a fair ball. This will score 1, maybe 2. In to score is Preston Godfrey. Right behind him, Jared Quant gets the wave. Here's the throw from the shortstop, Darcy. It's a little offline and not in time, and it's now a 4-2 Saints lead.
Yeah, this is another mistake right over the heart of the plate. Ricken with a great diving attempt, just missing his glove as he falls into the dirt towards the line. But once again, there's just not much you can do there. This ball is smoked by Jordan Rogers into the left field corner, bringing home 2 more runs for Arroyo Seco.
It's a double for the Wichita State first baseman, and the 8th hit is the one that opens things up. That's the 3rd one of the inning. The Blues, for now, still looks like they've got an empty bullpen. They're relying on the arm of Ryan Baum, but has been a little too hittable today. He took a 2-1 lead into this frame. Now the Saints lead at 4-2. And here's Raider Tello, who's 1 for 2, a 400 hitter, a chance to knock in another. First pitch to Tello. He takes outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Tello, the third baseman from Iowa, singled, stole a base, and scored back in the 2nd. Flew out to center it in the 4th. Rogers gets a leadoff second. 6 for 10 on stolen base attempts. 1-0. Tello takes the slider on the outside corner. Count evens up 1-1. So a tough blow for the Blues already here in the 5th. 3 runs across for Arroyo Seco. That offense just continues to add, and it's been hard for the Blues to suppress the bats of the Saints here this season. Now Baum searching for that elusive 3rd out. 1-1. Tello takes the slider in the dirt. A nice block by Galloway, who shifted to his right, kept it in front. 2-1.
And now 2-1 again. Ryan Baum's going to have to come in here in the zone. Just have to make sure this isn't too middle. Just try to hit a spot somewhere in the strike zone.
Don't want to miss to a guy like Tello, who's got one of the highest batting averages in the entire league. Came into today hitting .403, and he's 1 for 2. 2-1 the count, a 4-2 Saints lead here with 2 outs in the top of the 5th. Baum sets to the belt, brings it home, and Tello takes a fastball low. 3 balls and 1 strike.
It's a good idea from Ryan Baum, just not executed with the fastball. Good idea, though.
The shortstop, Darcy, plays deep on the grass right behind short. Shifted away from the bag. The second baseman, DiCarlo, holds on Jordan Rogers in this 4-2 game. Bomb strides and shoots. Tello pops it up, foul. Got a fastball at the top of the zone and tried to do some damage, but now the count moves full.
Yeah, that could have gotten scary there. Bat coming in from Raider Tello, but luckily for Baum, he fouls it straight back. Can't afford to make that a mistake again.
Count now full, 2 outs. The runner at second, Rogers, won't automatically steal here. There's no runner behind him to push him forward. But we'll see. He might try and take off to third. Put himself in motion if Tello's able to put a ball in play. 3-2, 2 outs. Third baseman from Iowa up. Righty-righty matchup. And Baum comes home. Tello swings, taps it into the glove of Galloway, and strikes out. So 2 Ks in the inning, but 3 runs for the Saints. As we head to the bottom of the 5th, it's 4-2 Arroyo Seco on the SLO Blues streaming network. Bottom of the 5th, a 4-2 lead now for the Saints and a new arm coming in. So Caleb Reyes is done after 4. It's Murphy Brooks, the right-hander from TCU, who takes over.
Coming in with a 7.20 ERA and 10 innings of work so far this summer. He's got 11 strikeouts, 5 walks, 8 earned runs.
9-1-2 coming up for the Blues. And the Blues did a good job, although it wasn't exactly on them how they scored the 2 runs in the last inning. They still put the ball in play, had a pair of hits before they both came in to score on an error by the shortstop Hammonds. But Ryan Baum not able to limit the runs scored by the Saints in the top of this inning. So now a 4-2 lead for Arroyo Seco. Here in the 5th game between these two teams, the Saints have won the first 4, and now they lead it by 2. Brooks versus Darcy, Burns, and DiCarlo. Cody Darcy takes a fastball in there for a strike. Darcy had a good at-bat. It was only 1 pitch his first time up. He hammered a 1-hop ground ball to third, and Raider Tello just stuck his glove out, got the snag, and threw him out. So a tough break for Cody, but it's 0 for 1. Darcy takes a fastball here for a strike. It's quickly no balls and 2 strikes.
A good placement there by Murphy Brooks. And I just want to talk about last inning. While it is nice to catch those free breaks if you're the SLO Blues, not something you can rely on.
Brooks from the windup, strides and shoots. Darcy cracks it on the ground to third. This time Tello plays the backhand. A long throw, a strong arm, and out number 1.
Yeah, one of the more premium arms we've seen in the CCL this season. Tello ripping it over to first base.
Well, we've seen a couple of studs these last couple series for the Blues. They faced Reese Chapman, the center fielder from Tennessee, who had the stats coming in, lived up to the hype here in San Luis Obispo. You can say the same thing about Raider Tello. You know, you look at a guy with a 400 average, and you're like, okay, we'll see how the Blues handle him. And he's just hit in every game that the Blues have played him against. And that arm at third's no joke.
And I've said before, hit collector. Remembering now my last season at Palomar College when he was at Pasadena City. Remember when he was up there and we swung metal bats, in college. His barrel had no paint on it because of how often he would barrel the ball. It was completely bare metal.
Swing and a miss by Nin Burns. 1 ball and 1 strike. Burns is 0 for 2. 2 ground outs, 1 to third and 1 to second. That is terrifying to see a hitter come up there, paint all chipped off. I would not want to be at third with a guy like that up. 1-1. Burns takes a slider at the bottom of the zone, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Tello went from Pasadena City College, where you saw him, playing at the big leagues now. He's at Iowa, playing in the Big Ten. Had a good season there and an excellent summer so far here for the Saints. 1-2 from Brooks, and Burns flies it foul, so the count's still 1-2. One of the interesting things, when we're doing our research about players, there was an article that was written about Raider Tello, Jeff Johnson in the Gazette out in Iowa. It was all about how he adjusted to playing in the cold weather. It's something you don't think about too often. 1-2, and Burns takes strike 3 called from Brooks. But basically, the article went on to say about Raider Tello, here with 2 outs in the inning. It was a quote from Tello saying, "I know there's a difference between playing outside and playing inside, but as long as you're putting in the work, eventually, when it gets to some point in the season, it's all going to flatten out, even out." So now that he was approaching that spring season, everyone's outside, and he really didn't have too much of an issue playing outside.
That is a rock-solid mindset. Playing in Maryland myself, Iowa gets colder, but I had a bit of a taste. We had practices where I would wear 2 batting gloves and would get jammed and be like, I quit baseball. I can't do this. So the fact that he can come in with that mindset with a place that's probably gets double colder than Maryland in the winter, that's pretty incredible.
Yeah, Pasadena doesn't get that cold.
No, Iowa.
No, I know. I'm joking.
Oh, yeah.
Pasadena does not get as cold as Iowa
does. Yeah, that contrast, too, is insane.
Back in Pasadena playing for the Saints. 0-1 the count on Sam DiCarlo, and that fastball's a little off the plate outside. 1-1. But Tello, a real talent. And he's been almost a saving grace for this Saints offense. They were struggling going into the break, but Tello just continues to hit. Part of the reason that the team batting average for the Saints highest in the CCL South. DiCarlo pops this one up the other way, out of play. 1-2. 267 average for the Saints coming into this game. Blues was at 208.
Let's see if you can find maybe an off-speed pitch here on the outside part.
DiCarlo today has struck out and grounded out. Last hope here in the 5th for the Blues with 2 away. 1-2 offering, and DiCarlo pops it up again. Out of play down the first base line, and the count stays 1-2.
Fastball. Carlo just barely stays alive in this at-bat.
I think I can happily say that never played baseball anywhere near as cold as Iowa. Some morning tournaments, it gets kind of chilly. Sometimes you play in the rain.
It's underrated how cold it gets in the mornings,
But at least there wasn't snow.
Yeah. How about frozen rain?
Yeah, I don't want that either.
It's not fun.
A long hold from Murphy Brooks from the windup. Another 1-2 on the way. And DiCarlo takes the curveball outside and low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Isn't frozen rain hail?
No, I had to learn all about this. It's just feels like thumbtacks coming out of the sky. It's pretty great. It's sharp, frozen pellets of water. And they come down just like rain would.
So hail. 2-2. And DiCarlo pops it up yet again. So a little battle brewing. How is it different than hail?
Because hail is like a sphere, whereas frozen rain is like if you were to picture a water drop falling and it froze in the middle of falling.
Kind of a droplet.
Kind of.
More. Interesting.
But it's like straight, like it's a line.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Pitch on the way. And DiCarlo strikes out swinging. Back-to-back Ks for Brooks to end the 5th. And as we head to the 6th inning, still 4-2 on the SLO Blues streaming network. Well, I didn't expect to be saying this at any point in the season. How about Texas shortstop Kate O'Hara in to pitch the 6th? The Blues so low on pitching, they're going to a position player in the 6th inning.
Yeah, we've talked about how low the Blues have been this year in terms of pitching depth, especially in the later half. I didn't expect it to be this low with Kate O'Hara coming in, but it's a guy who can compete. It's a guy who likes to get out there and challenge other hitters, other teammates, or other players, I should say. And he throws hard, too, so I'm just hoping he doesn't get hurt out there.
I know it's maybe not the award that he was hoping to get from the Slow Blues streaming network this year. I think Kate O'Hara would be my pick as the best position player on the mound for the Blues. In 2 innings so far, he's got a 0 ERA, a strikeout, a hit. That's it. But this is a different situation. This isn't pitching the 9th, either up by 10 or down by 10. This is pitching here in the 6th inning against Alex Burge, Mason Hammonds, Kite McDonald with a 2-run deficit. This is a 2-run game. This
is going to get really interesting here in a second.
Alex Burge, the left-handed hitting catcher from Wichita State. 5-hole hitter up. Burge is 0 for 2, a ground out to second and a fly out to center. We'll see how this goes for Kate O'Hara. From the windup, he kicks and deals. And that pitch is outside, 1 ball and no strikes. This isn't something creative from Dean Traynor. This is completely out of necessity. The Blues really taxed for pitching at the moment as Burge takes a fastball inside, 2 balls and no strikes. Today the roster freeze. 5 pitchers are coming to the Blues, we've been told, but they needed someone today, and Kate O'Hara's stepping up to the call, and Burge takes the fastball inside, 3-0. Dog days of the summer, right?
Oh, yeah. I think what they're looking for now is just strikes. Just strikes. Just put it over the plate.
He does there with a fastball, 3-1. We have been told that Kyle Dunning is the only other available pitcher here today. And the rest of them are out to see maybe Barbie or Oppenheimer, or their arms are tired. 3-1. Burge rolls it foul, 3 balls and 2 strikes. But this is just a crazy sight. Position player on the mound in the 6th.
We may need an appearance from USC Club baseball legend Jack Smith here in a second.
Yeah, not quite. Payoff on the way. Burge takes inside. It's a leadoff walk. I don't want to see the TrackMan data if I was out on the mound.
What do you think you could light it up at right now?
I could say a clean, solid 43.
No, come on. You can do more than that.
I might touch 60.
We've played catch before.
I might touch 60. I might have to drop down to a submarine to keep my rotator cuff from ripping. And I certainly would not be able to face a collegiate hitter, let alone an entire lineup with the best batting average in the South. Runner at first, Alex Burge. Nobody out. Here's Mason Hammonds, the shortstop from Tarleton State. Hammonds is 0 for 2, a strikeout and a ground out to short. O'Hara from the stretch, kicks and fires. Fastball's on the inside corner, 0-1. Every other time that we've seen O'Hara pitch, it's a point in the game where guys aren't going to run. Maybe balls in the dirt don't matter because guys won't advance, but now he'll have to do the intricacies of pitching too. He's got to hold on Burge at first, got to work with his timing. Maybe we'll see a pickoff move or two. This is where it really counts. The Saints are only up by 2. 0-1. Fastball's in the dirt, 1 ball and 1 strike.
I think O'Hara is one of the guys. I think he's up for the challenge. I think he's going to come in with a great mindset. I think he has so far. Just continue through his outing.
1-1. Right on right matchup. Shortstop on shortstop, but one of them's on the mound as Hammonds takes a fastball. Center cut, 1-2. 85-mile-an-hour fastball from O'Hara. He's got a little juice.
Yeah.
We knew that, but now ahead in the count, 1-2. Blues want strikes, and they'd like to get O'Hara through this as quickly as possible. If he can get the Blues through 2 maybe, then you've got Kyle Dunning for the last 2. There's a curveball and it's pop foul. 1-2. Kate O'Hara, the product of modern day, freshman this past season at Texas, did not throw for the Longhorns. Got just 7 at-bats as a freshman at shortstop. But Dean Traynor trusting him out there here in the 6th, and he's ahead of the second batter of the inning, Mason Hammonds, a 1-2 count. Burge gets his lead, shuffles off. Here's the pitch. Strike 3 called. Back to the curveball, and Hammonds is down on strikes.
Look at that bender floating in there for strike 3. Buckled up Mason Hammonds. I think he was just expecting another heater just to get me over the heart of the plate. But no, Kate O'Hara coming back at it with the curve. That a baby.
11 inches on a vertical drop, so almost a near foot drop of a curveball. He spun it in there for strike 3. Now you got Kite McDonald. McDonald is 1 for 2, an RBI single and a pop out. Takes a first pitch changeup on the inside corner. 0-1. The full arsenal out on display here from Kate O'Hara.
Yeah, look at that. Trying some new stuff out, going after hitters. And that's a big strikeout. You have a runner on first now. If you can just get a ground ball, flip a double play, you're out of this one.
0-1 the count on Kite McDonald, the right fielder from Wichita State. Burge leads off first, and McDonald takes strike 2 call. I think I'd be pretty confident if there's a ground ball up the middle that Kate O'Hara could field it too.
Oh, yeah. We've seen him make some pretty athletic plays over there at shortstop.
0-2 the count, another strikeout spot here for O'Hara. We'll see what pitch he goes with. Fastball, curveball, changeup. He's got the whole mix. A pick to first. They got him. Hansen running after Burge. He throws a late throw. Tagged by DiCarlo. He's out. He can pick off 2.
And the base running miscues continue to pile up for Arroyo Seco. Another base runner that would be some nice insurance for the Saints. Picked off by a position player.
Unbelievable. And the count's still 0-2, so O'Hara's a strike away from a 1-2-3 inning. So the third runner to be picked off. 0-2 the count on Kite McDonald. O'Hara back in the windup. He kicks and fires. And that's tapped just foul. Ouch, that was off the leg. Just a weird inning, and we're only here in the 6th. This is antics reserved normally for the 9th. And it's hilarious optics for a series that's as important as this one is, that the Blues have a shortstop on the mound here in the 6th inning.
It really is.
Doesn't get better than this. I'm not sure you can convince Dean Traynor of that, though. Still 0-2, 2 outs. The Blues do have Matt Massiangelo warming up in the pen, so another position player option for Dean Traynor getting loose. 0-2. McDonald takes. Strike 3 called again. Back-to-back strikeouts. A 1-2-3 inning, and O'Hara steals the 6th for the Blues. You can't make it up. We're heading to the bottom half of the inning. It's still 4-2 on the SLO Blues streaming network. Well, Kate O'Hara with a scoreless top of the sixth. Now the Blues are coming back up. It's Jariah Lewis, JT Ricken, Matt Mastiangelo, 3-4-5, with the Blues trailing it by 2. Jariah Lewis, the right fielder from San Jose State, to lead things off. 2 flyouts, one to right, one to the shortstop Hammonds out in shallow left. It's still Murphy Brooks on the hill for the Saints, a 2-run lead here in the 5th game between these two teams so far this summer. Blues looking for their first win against the Saints. The Saints are the only CCL South team that the Blues have yet to top so far this year. And Lewis starts out the inning with a fly ball the other way, foul over the bullpen for the Saints, 0-1. Lewis now hitting below 200 so far in league play, but does have a home run and 8 runs batted in. Great speed, trying to reach base here to start the 6th for the Blues as Murphy Brooks kicks and fires, and Lewis lines it straight back.
I think Jariah Lewis has one of my more favorite approaches on the team. Yeah, he's just fell to 0-2 on 2 fastballs, but he's hacking at them. He's not just going to let those ones go by. Those are pitches he knows he can handle. Obviously, you're not going to every single time because it's baseball and hitting is hard, but I like the mentality for number 30 up here.
0-2 the count. Murphy Brooks struck out back-to-back hitters to end last inning. Trying to make it 3 in a row here, an 0-2 count on Jariah Lewis. The TCU righty buries his face in his brown glove, nods for his sign. From the windup, he strides and shoots. And Lewis takes strike 3 call. Fastball right down the middle, 1 away here in the inning.
Yeah, after going after 2 fastballs in that at-bat and for the first 2 pitches, like I just said, I liked that approach. They were in the zone. Once he can crush, taking a look at strike 3, a fastball low in the zone. Bit of a head-scratcher.
Just wasn't looking fastball?
Must have not been.
Here's JT Ricken, the third baseman. Ricken singled and scored just back in the 4th inning and grounded out to third back in the 2nd. 1 for 2. Steps up first time against Murphy Brooks. Right-on-right matchup here in the bottom of the 6th. Brooks, a nod, a step, a throw, and Ricken takes a fastball in the outside corner. No balls and 1 strike. 89-mile-an-hour fastball from Murphy Brooks to get ahead in the count. Middle infield plays away from the bag at second and deep on JT Ricken. Hammonds at short. Goldbrand's in at second, really leaving a hole up the middle. 0-1. And Ricken bounces it into the hole at short. Hammonds played perfectly, grabs the backhand, throws across the diamond, in time for the out.
Raider Taylor thought he was in trouble there, losing his footing, going after the ground ball, but Hammonds is there to back him up. Make the throw over the first base for the second out.
So now Matt Mastiangelo comes up, a DH today. He's got a single and a run scored. He's also flown out deep to right. He may be the next pitcher that we see from the Blues. We'll see if Kate O'Hara goes out for a second inning, or as we've decided now to call him, Shohei Ohtani, the Blues' 2-way player. Now he's got 3 scoreless innings. Maybe he is a pitcher.
So awesome.
2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. Mastiangelo 1 for 2. Blues trying to scratch something across against Murphy Brooks, who's been great out of the pen. And Mastiangelo takes a breaking ball that kind of backed up on Murphy Brooks outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Already a weird game. Blues gave up a lead. Now they're trying to get it back. 4-2. 2 outs here in the 6th. Brooks from the windup. And Mastiangelo hit with the pitch. Back thigh, and he takes first.
That's a big hit by pitch. Talked about the pendulum and starting rallies. This is the way the Blues do it. It's the free ones. Mastiangelo gets one. You know, Jason Hansen, who's looking for a break this game, now due up. Also a guy who's been seeing a lot of pitches as well.
So Brooks gives up his first base runner. A fastball that just continued to run inside on Matt Mastiangelo. So Mastiangelo on board for the 2nd straight time. Hansen has walked and popped out in this game. He represents the tying run here in the 6th. Now Brooks will work from the stretch for the first time. He's got the 3 Ks. Was previously 5 up, 5 down, but now worked with a runner at first, Mastiangelo. Catcher Bird sets up outside. From the stretch, a long hold from Brooks. He brings it home, and Hansen checks his swing on a fastball on the inside corner for a strike.
Some cut action to that one. I think that's what made Hansen check his swing.
Middle infield plays near the bag at second here for Hansen, so less of a hole up the middle, but a big hole opened up on the left side of the infield in between Tello and Hammonds. Hansen swings at the 0-1, bounces it right to the shortstop Hammond, and he'll take it to the bag. So the defense played perfectly for two Blues hitters, and they do not score here in the 6th. Heading to the 7th inning, 2/3 of the way through this game. Still a 4-2 lead for the Saints here on the SLO Blues Streaming Network. Thomas Goldbrinson to lead things off. It's 8-9-1 for the Arroyo Seco Saints with a 2-run lead. And guess who's back out there? Cade O'Hara, who deals a fastball. Goldbrinson starts it off with a line drive up the middle. First pitch base hit for the second baseman from St. Thomas, who's got back-to-back base hits in his last two at-bats. And maybe we get a chance to see that pickoff move again or not. Here comes Dean Traynor, and Cade O'Hara might be done. Well, it was fun while it lasted for Cade O'Hara. He really did step up to the bell a couple times this season. He's staring at Dean Traynor saying, do not take me out of this game. But I think that might be the end of the day. He's still smiling. I think he just enjoys his time out there on the mound. And the Blues have gotten a nice effort from their shortstop on the mound. Traynor continues to talk. Who knows? Maybe he's not out of this game.
I think Traynor's making these guys laugh right now. Seeing a smile from DiCarlo as well.
They're looking at the scoreboard. It's a two-run game. If you are just joining us, the Blues have a position player on the mound. O'Hara through the 6th inning in a two-run game, and he's out there again for the 7th. He has been a good position player pitcher for the Blues, but it's unprecedented what's going on here today. And Dean Traynor has not taken the ball yet. Cade O'Hara's smiling. He slaps him with his glove, and he's staying out on the mound. You got to be kidding me.
Cade definitely convinced him to stay out on the mound. I see him throw his head back in laughter. This is awesome.
Charismatic shortstop from Texas, a modern-day product, and add pitching to the resume. He stays out there, the 9-hole hitter Preston Godfrey. And who knows, maybe this is the last hitter for O'Hara. If he's not able to retire Godfrey, the top of the order's on deck. Maybe then the Blues make a change. But O'Hara has picked off a runner. He's got 2 strikeouts. Now the hit to start off the inning. Runner at first, nobody out. Another pick to first, and diving back in is Goldbrinson.
That's not a bad move at all.
It is not. We got the move. We got the curveball. 87 on the fastball. Top speed. You could convince me Cade O'Hara is a real pitcher. Set to the belt. Deals. And Godfrey takes the changeup low. 1 ball and no strikes. You do have his freshman year modern day stats pulled up as a pitcher. From all we know, that's the last time he threw in a real game.
Yeah, 8 innings his freshman year. 1.75 ERA.
On the freshman team, was a pitcher there at Modern Day in the Trinity League. Different story here in the CCL as Godfrey skips 1 to short. Could be 2. Darcy the underhand flip to first. A double play. And Cato O'Hara knows a lot about double plays up the middle. He rolls one himself, and there's 2 away in the 7th. Unreal.
This one's for the archives. The best double play of the year. Cade just can't hold back that smile.
Who knows? If the Blues are able to come back and win this game, this is the moment of the year.
Oh, yeah.
This is just unbelievable. And Dean Traynor will leave him out there to face the top of the order. He's faced 5 batters. He's gotten 5 outs, a walk and a hit. But, hey, when you can erase the runners from the base paths, you get to stay out there. Here's Jared Quant, who takes a first pitch fastball low. Who knows? This is the big test for Cato O'Hara. Quant has reached base all 3 times he's come to the plate. 2 hits, a run scored, and a walk for the DH from Hawaii, leadoff hitter. Right on left matchup as O'Hara steps off. Sun sets, clouds up above now here at Sinsheimer Stadium. A cotton candy glow out in deep left, and a curveball that misses a little high. 2 balls and no strikes. If Cato O'Hara can get Jared Quant out, he wins the Blues Cy Young. 2-0. Quant breaks his bat, pops it up. Into shallow left goes Cody Darcy. How about 6 hitters faced, 6 outs for Cato O'Hara. The Blues have found themselves a new 2-way player, and they're through the 7th. We head to the bottom half of the inning, still 4-2. Unreal. Bottom of the 7th, the 4-2 lead for the Saints, and a new right-hander coming out. It's Anthony Giannetti from UT San Antonio.
Yeah, the commit, UT San Antonio with a 4.66 ERA so far this summer. 9 2/3 inning pitch, 12 strikeouts, 5 earned runs on 6 hits.
You'll see a fastball. You'll see a changeup. The best pitch for Giannetti is the splitter, and he works with a 2-run lead. Bottom third of the order coming up for the Blues. It's Jacob Rulli, Jacob Galloway, and Cody Darcy. The Blues have gotten, surprisingly enough, some decent pitching from Cato O'Hara, a position player who's thrown the last 2 innings. And you got to capitalize. If you're getting 2 scoreless innings from your shortstop, you need to score some runs and get into this game. It'll be the bottom of the 3rd coming up for the Blues here in the bottom of the 7th. Starting with Jacob Rulli, the left fielder, who has reached on 2 errors by the shortstop Mason Hammonds. First time facing Giannetti, and he takes a fastball in the outside corner, 0-1.
Yeah, Cade has unironically kept the Blues in this game with those 2 scoreless innings. Now it's just up to the offense to build off that energy and momentum and light up the scoreboard with some runs.
Runs have been tough to come by for the Blues so far this summer. They scored 116 coming into this game. It's the 5th of the 6th teams in the CCL South. just above the Academy Barons. The Barons are 5-20. So the Blues, who are right now in a playoff spot, are scoring runs at a very low clip, and they've only got 2 today. 1-1 count on Jacob Rulli. Giannetti delivers, and Rulli wraps it on the ground. Tello scoops, spins, throws in time. What a play.
Yeah, Tello just took his time on the ball. He knows the rocket he's got, and he used it over to the throw to Rogers. Great play by Raider.
Just a black hole over there at third. Nothing getting by Raider Tello at the moment. The Blues have had a couple of hits stolen by the Iowa third baseman. And here's Jacob Galloway. A nice at-bat his last time up, but flew out deep to right. Blues are still waiting for his bat to get going. He's coming up with 1 out here in the 7th. The USC left-handed hitting catcher is 0 for 2. Galloway steps in. Anthony Giannetti's first inning of work. First pitch on the way. And Galloway takes the fastball outside. 1 ball and no strikes. I don't know if my eyes deceive me. That's TJ Adams in the bullpen.
That certainly is.
Well, we might have a reliever coming in for Kate O'Hara, and it's not a pitcher. Another position player warming up for the Blues. This is Adams' last game with the team, so maybe Dean Traynor, a little bit of a reward for Adams for sticking around here for most of the entire summer. But it's still a 2-run game. 2 balls, no strikes on Jacob Galloway. If the Blues can get a runner on, they'd bring the tying run to the plate. And Galloway takes inside, 3-0 the count. All they need is 2 more runs to tie the game.
That's not much. The Blues can do it. It's up to them to get to hacking.
See if the take side's on here for Galloway. 3 balls, no strikes. He swings and unloads to right. Jacob Galloway deep to right field. McDonald going back at the track, at the wall. It bounces off the bottom of the wall, off the warning track. Galloway digging around. He stops at second. It's a 3-ball, no strike double for Jacob Galloway.
This one's crushed. Swinging 3-0. I think McDonald had a trouble getting a beat on it. Lost it in the sky, and that allowed him to get to second base on the double. 1 hop the wall.
95 off the bat for Galloway. He got a fastball on a 3-0 count. Hit it 347 feet. Just barely missed his first home run for the Blues. And now he's at second base. Tying run does come to the plate. Dangerous swing still on a 3-0 count, but Galloway makes the Saints pay. And now you've got Cody Darcy coming to the plate. 9-hole hitter, 1 out. Tying run at the dish. Darcy's hit 2 balls to third, 1 hard, 1 soft. He's 0 for 2. He swings and misses here, 0-1. Galloway's got good speed, especially for the catcher position at second. 1-1 with 1 out. Cody Darcy, the veteran, trying to come through here. Leadoff hitter Nin Burns on deck. And now a balk is called. So Giannetti balks. Galloway to third. The Blues don't have to score 2 runs in this inning, so now a chance to make it a 4-3 game. Coach is coming out for the Saints. Maybe want to contest this balk call. That's a big balk.
Yeah, if this were to stand, this is another free one for the Blues. Another chance for them to get another run on the scoreboard. It's like we've said over and over. That's just the way rallies begin for them. It may not be the most sustainable strategy, or I shouldn't even say strategy, but way of getting runs, but it seems to happen for them somehow, some way.
It's certainly not a game plan. I mean, you can't plan on this kind of stuff happening, but for some reason it feels like the Blues have some magic aura around them that sometimes, and it's a lot of the time, stuff like this happens.
Well, you're bringing that energy in with Kate O'Hara on the mound. That's just kind of the vibe that's been happening at Sinsheimer lately.
Just inspires chaos.
It does.
A 1-1 the count on Cody Darcy, and the box stands. So now a big at-bat for Cody. He can bring in another run. Runner at third, less than 2 outs. Don't need to tie it up on 1 swing. Chip away. 0-1. Darcy bounces it off his own foot. No balls and 2 strikes. Kind of the long way of saying, cannot strike out here. Can't pop out. Got to find a way to bring in the run if you want to come back in this game. Galloway at third. 0-2 the count on Cody Darcy. 1 out here in the 7th inning. A 4-2 Saints lead. Giannetti pitching for the K. He's ahead in the count. The righty comes set and comes home. And Darcy takes high with a fastball, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
He wanted to go after it. That's good discipline. Holding that swing back, though.
Giannetti set at the bell. Galloway off at third. Here's the pitch. And Darcy takes the change up high. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Cody Darcy out of college eligibility. Continuing his career here with the Blues this summer. Second-year Blue. Still trying to get it to work with the bat here late in the league season. Chance to knock in a run. 2-2 the count. Pitch on the way. Darcy strikes out swinging. Giannetti put the fastball by him. 2 outs here in the 7th.
Yeah, not a situation where you can strike out for the Blues. There's a big hole out there in left center field. We saw Blessinger shaded into the right center gap. I think that's what Darcy was looking at. You saw the front side fly, as I've said, which means for right-handed hitters, that left shoulder coming open. You want to keep that level and parallel with the chalk in the batter's box. But to shorten it up, Darcy pulled his head on that swing. Maybe he was wanting to go that way, but not a time where you can have a strikeout happen.
Here's Nin Burns, runner at third, 2 outs. And Burns uncorks deep to left. High in the air, Godfrey races back. Now he squares up in front of the track and makes the catch. Burns gets under it. The Blues strand the runner at third. And as we're heading to the 8th, it's 4-2 still on the SLO Blues streaming network. Will it be Adams? Will it be O'Hara? Who knows? We'll find out in a little bit on the SLO Blues streaming network. Top of the 8th, the score is still 4-2, and the Saints will bring up Max Blessinger, Jordan Rogers, Raider Tello. Your eyes do not deceive you. It's TJ Adams on the mound. Last day for the Arizona center fielder with the Blues, and Dean Traynor throwing him a bone. He's out there on the mound. It's still a 2-run game, and it's the second position player into this one as the Blues trying to fill the final couple innings with this one with position guys. And it's TJ Adams, the Arizona center fielder, coming into the game. Fastball that topped out at 82 in warm-ups. And we will see. He's facing 2-3-4 here in the Saints lineup. A 2-run lead for Arroyo Seco. Here's Max Blessinger, the center fielder from Belmont, to lead things off. 2 strikeouts and a single for Blessinger. Adams from the windup. Here's his first pitch. Blessinger taps it back into the glove of Galloway. No balls and 1 strike. 85 on the gun for TJ Adams. 0-1. Adams kicks and deals. Blessinger takes outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Just a completely unprecedented game here today. It's unreal what's been going on. You had 5 innings from Ryan Baum. The Blues were only down by 2. And now the 3rd straight inning for the Blues pitched by a position player. And that fastball misses out, 2-1. For the Blues, though, it really is the only option. So starved for pitching depth. They're going to the position players. 2-1. Blessinger swings and lifts it in the air to center. Softly hit. Now Burns breaks in. It's the second baseman DiCarlo who never stopped running, and he makes the catch in shallow center. So Blessinger catches it off the bat. He's out number 1 here in the 8th. I think DiCarlo just saved a hit because Burns couldn't read it well and the lights. Well, with 1 out, here's Jordan Rogers. Rogers has struck out, grounded out, and doubled today. His double brought in 2 runs, and that's the difference in this game. Knocked in the 3rd and 4th runs for the Saints. Now the 2-run lead. Now he faces a position player, and Rogers takes the fastball outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Without that swing, this game might still be tied 2-2. Adams from the windup, first base side of the rubber. He delivers, and Rogers takes the fastball high. 2 balls and no strikes. I don't even want to start to think about who the Blues might throw in the 9th. We were told Kyle Dunning is still available today, but who knows at this point, as the fastball misses high. 3-0 the count. Adams trying to come into the zone. Jordan Rogers, the first baseman from Wichita State, up at the plate. 3-0 pitch to the 3-hole hitter, and a swing and a miss. Went around at the fastball, swinging 3-0 just like Jacob Galloway, and the count 3-1. Adams from the windup again. 3-1 on the way, and Rogers takes high. So it's a 1-out walk. Jordan Rogers takes first base, and the batter will be Raider Tello. Bullpen is empty for the Blues. This is Adams' 8th. He will not be removed from this inning. Got to go through a tough hitter here. Raider Tello comes to the plate. Tello is 1 for 3. He's singled and scored. He's flown out to 8 to center field, and he's struck out. Runner at first, 1 out. Adams works from the stretch for the first time. We've seen only fastballs, although we could tell from his warm-ups he's got a curve. He starts off Tello with a fastball, lined into center. In comes Burns as it bounces in front of the center fielder. Burns plays the short hop and gets it in quick. A walk and a hit, first and second with 1 out. So Tello now 2 for 4. And now you've got Alex Burge coming up, the catcher from Wichita State. Burge is 0 for 2. He's walked. He's also grounded out and flied out. And we're getting a pinch hitter, I believe. Or, never mind, Burge has changed his number. He's 7 on the roster, but wearing 2 here in this game. So the left-hander comes up, 1 out, 2 runners aboard. Adams could use one of those double plays Cato Hara got, and a balk is called. This is what happens when you got a position player on the mound. Sometimes the intricacies fall to the wayside. Adams didn't fully come set, and now you've got 2 runners in scoring position with 1 out. So now you've got Rogers at third, Raider Tello at second, and this game could get away from the Blues if they're not too careful. Infield will come in, and Adams will have to face the catcher from Wichita State with 2 runners in scoring position. Swing and a miss, back into the glove of Galloway. 0-1 the count. Adams put the fastball by Burge. Another 85-mile-an-hour heater from TJ Adams. The infield is fully in from the Blues. Need to cut off a run at home, keep it just the 2-run game. Adams set at the belt. He brings it home. Burge takes outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. TJ Adams on the hill for the Blues here in the 8th. Last day with the team, pitching with just the 2-run deficit. 1-1. Burge takes way high. Galloway has to come out of his crouch to keep it in front. 2-1. There is a place to put Burge if Adams is pitching around him. First base is open. Could set up a double play. Forced at any base. Got to be careful. 2-1. Burge takes outside. 3-1 the count. If Burge reaches, you've got Mason Hammonds who's on deck. Hammonds is 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. So a walk not the worst thing in the world for the Blues. 3-1. Burge takes high. So it is the walk. The bases are loaded, and Hammonds will come up. Adams did not play his freshman season at Arizona, so didn't pitch, didn't hit. Is listed as an outfielder, position player on the hill. Dean Traynor will come out. Adams did throw 2 varsity innings. One as a sophomore, one as a junior at Red Mountain High School. A 0 ERA. 4 strikeouts in those 2 innings. But that was a long time ago. And now he's got the bases loaded here in CCL play, and Dean Traynor meeting with his right-handed arm. The batter will be Mason Hammonds, shortstop from Charleston State. Came into today with a .282 average, a home run, 11 runs batted in. But we mentioned he's got 2 strikeouts today, 0 for 3. The strikeout spot for Adams, but not the easiest deal. First pitching appearance for Adams maybe since his junior year of high school, and he's got the bases loaded. Adams back on the hill. Mason Hammonds coming up. The Blues keep the corners in. They send the middle infield back. Double play depth. 3 runners aboard. Rogers is at third. Tello's at second. And now the runner Burge at first. Adams back in the windup. He strides and shoots. And Hammonds takes the fastball high and in. 1 ball and no strikes. Saints looking for that 1 hit, the 1 break to really open this one up here late in the ball game. 1-0, and that fastball is down the middle right at the top of the zone. 1-1. Adams still sets up first base side of the slab. And from a 1-1 he deals. Hammonds pops it up, foul. So 1-2 count. Crazy to say, but a strikeout spot for the Blues center fielder. Trying to pick up a K, force any kind of non-productive out with a runner at third, less than 2 outs. Bases loaded, a 1-2 count. Adams kicks and fires, and fastball misses high, 2-2. Got Kite McDonald on deck, the right fielder from Wichita State, who's got a hit and an RBI. He's 1 for 3. Into the windup, the 2-2. And that's rolled on the ground, off the mound to short. Darcy underhand to second, back to first, a double play! Unbelievable. TJ Adams turns 2. It's a scoreless 8th, and we head to the bottom of the inning. Still a 2-run lead for the Saints. You have got to be kidding me. Bottom of the 8th, the Blues need a score heading into the 9th inning. It's still a 4-2 lead for the Arroyo Seco Saints, and San Luis Obispo is coming back up. It's Sam DiCarlo, Jariah Lewis, JT Ricken to the plate. 2-3-4. Good chance for the Blues here against Anthony Giannetti in the 8th inning. Can't ask for more from the Blues. They've gotten 3 straight scoreless innings from position players to keep this one close, but the offense needs to wake up. 3 hits, just the 2 runs, and Sam DiCarlo, the 2-hole hitter, trying to spark something here in the 8th inning. Sees the first pitch fastball from Giannetti and swings at it as it bounces in the dirt. 0-1. DiCarlo has struck out twice today, also grounded out to third. First batter here in the 8th inning, a 2-run lead for the Saints. And Giannetti deals a fastball a little off the plate outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. DiCarlo, the most at-bats of any freshman at the University of Washington this past year, has power, so he can change this game with a swing of the bat. 7 homers for the freshman this past year for the Huskies. 33 runs batted in. 1-1. That splitter's on the inside corner for a strike. 1-2. Cato Hera for 2 innings on the mound. Then TJ Adams. And I believe the Blues have another position player warming up. And it looks like it's Cody Darcy. 1-2. DiCarlo bounces it foul. So you've got Cody Darcy in the pen. Another veteran Blue. And who knows, maybe Dean Traynor is going to finish out this game only position players. 1-2 the count on Sam DiCarlo. The righty Giannetti on the hill. Comes set, brings it home. And DiCarlo takes the splitter low, 2-2. A nice 2-strike pitch from Giannetti. Just sank below the zone, but a better take from DiCarlo. The count evens up. It's DiCarlo, then Lewis, then Ricken here in the 8th. 2-2. DiCarlo takes the splitter, strike 3 call. So DiCarlo down on strikes for the 3rd time, bends around that outside corner. 1 away here in the 8th. A tough pitch to take. That was a beautiful splitter right on that outside corner. It's one that you think it's a fastball and it's cutting away from you, and then at the last second it just jackknifes down and towards the plate. Just catches that outside corner. So here's Jariah Lewis, the right fielder from San Jose State. He's 0 for 3. A fly out to right, a pop out to shallow left, and a backwards K. 1-0. Fastball's on the outside corner, no balls and 1 strike. The Blues would like Jariah Lewis to reach. She'd be a good batter to get on. 12 for 16 on stolen base attempts. You'd have speed on the base paths. If the Blues can get someone aboard, the tying run would come up again. 0-1. Lewis swings, bounces it on the ground to first. It's a clean pick for Rogers, who steps on the bag. 2 outs in the 8th. So now with 2 outs, JT Ricken will come up. Just been a poor offensive day for the Blues, and they've had a lot of those so far in the league season, but they're getting a good pitching day. And the names have been surprising, but the pitching's been good. Just the 4 runs so far through 8. On a day where you pitch well, you need to get some run support, and it feels like the Blues just have not had good timing for when they've hit so far this summer. Here's JT Ricken, who takes a fastball off the plate outside, 1-0. For some reason, it feels like when the Blues don't pitch well, they hit okay, but not well enough. And when the pitching's good, the hitting never really matches, and you've got some nice pitching performances that have been wasted by the Blues here this season. 1-1 the count now on JT Ricken. Ricken is 1 for 3, a single and a run scored, 2 ground outs to the left side of the infield. Giannetti deals. And Ricken takes the splitter inside, 2-1. Ricken another batter with speed. If he can reach, Matt Massiangelo would come up. Massiangelo has reached base his last 2 times up.
Got 3 scoreless innings from position players. I probably would have told you that they're in a pretty good spot to win this ball game, but that's just not the case.
2-1 on the way. Ricken takes the fastball outside, 3-1 the count. A walk would put Ricken at first, bring the tying run up in Massiangelo. 4-2 game here in the 8th inning. Giannetti has faced 6 hitters, gave up the double to Jacob Galloway, but other than that, he's been perfect. 3-1 offering. Fastball's outside. It's a walk with 2 outs. Ricken's aboard. Tying run coming up. So nice at bat for JT Ricken. Didn't leave the strike zone. And now Massiangelo comes up. And even though the Blues have had a poor offensive inning, they've had a poor offensive day, this game really could be altered with a swing of the bat. Massiangelo doesn't have incredible power. Just trying to keep the inning going. Tying run at the dish. Jason Hansen on deck as well. Ricken leads off the first base bag, held on there by Rogers as Giannetti works with the runner on. The lefty, Matt Massiangelo at the plate. A single, a hit by pitch, a run scored, and he takes a splitter inside. 1 ball and no strikes. The Blues just trying to cause a little chaos here late in the game. Cody Darcy ready to come out for the 9th. They'd love to send him out there with a lead or a tie ball game. Even 1 run would be helpful for the Blues. Giannetti sets at the belt. Middle infield playing near the bag. 1-0. And that's a splitter on the outside corner. Strike 1. Massiangelo flew out to right back in the 2nd. Singled and scored in the 4th, where the Blues scored their 2 runs, both unearned on an error by the shortstop Hammonds. Then he was hit by a pitch in the 6th. 1-1. Splitter on the outside corner, a little low, but called a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count. So now the Blues down to their last strike here in the 8th. Giannetti trying to pitch around Matt Massiangelo. Ricken at first. Massiangelo the tying run at the plate. 4-2 lead here for the Saints in the bottom of the 8th inning. Giannetti stares in for his sign. Now he's got it. Set of the belt. 1-2. Massiangelo takes the fastball high. The count evens up. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. A 2-run deficit for the Blues. We've talked about it all summer. When is this team going to really come through? The urgency needs to be there. They're just a game up on the Oaks for that final playoff spot. 10 games left. A chance for the Blues to make their mark. A chance to do it here against an opponent that's plagued them all year. Massiangelo swings and pops it up into shallow left center. Coming in is the left fielder Godfrey, still racing. Now he stops, and he makes the catch. So the Blues strand another runner here in the 8th, and we head to the 9th. 4-2, still on the SLO Blues streaming network. Bottom third of the order coming up in the top of the 9th here for the Saints. A 4-2 lead for Arroyo Seco. Another position player on the mound for the Blues. This time it's Cody Darcy, the 6th-year shortstop. He'll face Kite McDonald here to lead off the 9th. And he goes submarine and deals a fastball in low. 1 ball and no strikes. Darcy, who has played at 3 different colleges, most recently at Arkansas State. Again, not a pitcher. 6', 295-pound right-hander. Deals a two-seamer inside, 2 balls and no strikes. Started at Xavier after being drafted by the Mets in the 39th round. Foregone that decision. Then headed to UCSA, now Arkansas State. And McDonald spoils this one off. Not a pitcher. But again, Dean Traynor limited options out of the bullpen. And with the 2-run deficit, he's sticking the position guys out there. The Blues have gotten 3 straight scoreless from position players. It's just the offense has not been able to come through. Now Darcy overhand. Misses inside, 3-1. McDonald a single, a pop out, and a strikeout today. He's 1 for 3. Darcy mixing up the arm angles, mixing up the speeds from the windup. He delivers, and McDonald pops it up off the handle of his bat. The count moves full. Kate O'Hara took over in the 6th from Ryan Baum, then 2 consecutive scoreless innings from the Texas shortstop. TJ Adams, the center fielder from Arizona, worked a scoreless 8th with help from a ground ball with the bases loaded and 1 out. Now it's Cody Darcy here in the 9th. The 3-2 offering. McDonald lines it up the middle, a couple hops past the new shortstop Hicksonbaugh into center. It's a leadoff single for McDonald, who's now 2 for 4. That's hit number 11 for the Arroyo Seco Saints. The Blues have just 3. So a day after being no hit by the Foresters, it's a get-right game for the Saints, who now have 11 hits. Just the 4 runs. And you wonder when they're going to add. It seems inevitable with the Blues throwing position players. It just hasn't happened yet for the Saints. Now it's Goldbrinson, who's got singles his last 2 plate appearances with McDonald at first. He takes an inside two-seamer. Runner at first, a 1 ball, no strike count.
Looking like if Darcy's going to miss, he's going to miss on the inside part of the plate, which not the spot you want to be missing in this one. The outside part of the plate.
1-0. Chopped foul. 1 ball and 1 strike. And if the Blues lose today, it's extra important, and it would sting a little bit more. The Conejo Oaks beat the Academy Barons today 12-7. So if the Blues lose today, the Oaks would tie them for that last playoff spot. They were a game down coming in. The win puts them a half game back. If the Blues lose, still just the even spot in that last playoff position. So this is an important game for the Blues. We already knew that. Just extra important now with Conejo winning, and the stakes of this game have grown. Fastball misses a little out. 2 balls and 1 strike. And you just wonder, at this point in the season, if the Blues weren't tacked so badly, what would this team look like? A game like this, the pitching hasn't been the problem, but the offense is thinning out as well. The team just has not been able to hit. A swing and a miss here, a changeup in the dirt, and Goldbrinson even in the count 2-2. Nobody out. Runner at first is Kite McDonald, a perfect 9 of 9 on stolen base attempts. We'll see if he runs here in the 9th. Pitch on the way. A swing and a lifted fly ball into center. Then Burns broke in. Now he breaks back, and he makes the catch. So a nice recovery from Darcy, who gets out number 1. And now it's the 9-hole hitter, Preston Godfrey. Godfrey has singled, walked, and grounded into a double play.
Now batting for the Saints, number 6, Preston Godfrey.
Still McDonald at first. We've seen Darcy pick off just the once. I'm surprised the Saints are not running with the position players on the mound. Especially Darcy when he drops to that sidearm angle. Easier to steal potentially for the Saints. The lefty. Godfrey chops it foul. No balls and 1 strike. Both of the position players for the Blues have gotten double plays, including TJ Adams, one with the bases loaded to end the last inning. And a swing and a miss here, 0-2. Darcy with his stuff. Got the potential to generate a ground ball. We'll see if he can roll 2 to get out of the 9th inning. McDonald at first. The 9-hole hitter, Preston Godfrey, behind in the count, 0-2. Darcy sets at the bell from the stretch. He picks and misses a little bit low. McDonald got a huge secondary lead. I'm surprised he didn't go. He stopped, headed back to the first base bag. The pitch missed low and outside. Count 1-2. Darcy again from the stretch, set just above his Navy bell. He delivers, and the pitch misses outside yet again. and Darcy's got to be careful. We saw TJ Adams get called for a balk in the 8th for not coming set, and Darcy is really towing that line. Godfrey steps back in, 2-2 the count on the left fielder from New Mexico State. Darcy set. Now he deals. Runner takes off. A swing and a lifted fly ball deep down the right field line. Hooking foul over the lights, and it's out of play. So the count stays 2-2. We finally saw the Saints take off, and it was a foul ball. So McDonald returns back to first.
I'm surprised we haven't seen more base runners. I know O'Hara was able to pick off the Saints base runner, but I'm surprised we haven't seen more action from Kite McDonald.
Darcy looking for out number 2 here in the 9th inning. One away, runner at first. It's Kite McDonald looking for his 10th stolen base as he was taken off on that last pitch. Darcy still works from the stretch. Moves to the third base side of the rubber. Now he throws, and that's popped up, backing out of play near the press box. Still 2-2.
Take it home, courtesy of Seco.
Train moves across in deep right. This game dragging on a little bit the latter half of the ball game. Blues continue with the position players on the mound. Another 2-2. Godfrey strikes out swinging. How about that from Cody Darcy? 2 away here in the 9th. That was the changeup. Pretty dirty from that sidearm delivery. And Darcy gets strikeout number 1 for out number 2. And now he'll have to face Jared Quant, the leadoff hitter. Godfrey down on strikes for the first time. Strikeout number 8 for the Blues as a pitching staff. Quant was finally retired by Kate O'Hara to end the 7th inning. Prior to that at-bat, he had 2 singles and a walk, and then he popped out. First pitch of the at-bat, and Darcy misses low, 1 ball and no strikes. Quant, a deep look at that baby blue and yellow wooden bat. Now steps back into the back of the left-hand batter's box. Pitch on the inside corner for a strike, 1-1. I think Darcy is not giving Kite McDonald enough time to think about stealing. He comes set, doesn't even really look, and then he comes home. And McDonald has gotten some big secondary leads, but has not really ripped off a good stolen base attempt since that foul ball. And now Darcy picks over. So you can never really be sure if you're the Saints, especially with the position players on the mound for the Blues. It's really not giving very consistent looks. Now McDonald takes off. A swing and a ground ball foul, 1-2. So both the times that he's tried to take off, the pitch has been fouled away. And now Cody Darcy's a strike away from getting through the 9th. If you're looking ahead to the bottom half of the inning, the Blues will have Jason Hansen, Jacob Ruley, Jacob Galloway due up. And there's an empty bullpen, so you would assume it's Anthony Giannetti who will head back out for the Saints. Darcy comes set. A 1-2. And that misses high. Darcy walks off the mound. That pitch well above the strike zone. 2-2 with the fastball. He went back to that, I guess you would call it regular arm angle, over the top. Missed with the fastball, and the count evens up. 2-2, 2 outs. McDonald stops it first, and strike 3 called. 2 strikeouts for Cody Darcy. We're heading to the bottom of the 9th. 4 straight scoreless innings for Blues position players. You can't make it up. The offense needs to make up 2 runs as we head to the bottom of the 9th here on the SLO Blues Streaming Network. Bottom of the ninth. The Blues need 2 to tie, 3 to win it here from Sinsheimer Stadium, and they've got 6, 7, 8 coming up. It's Jason Hansen, Jacob Ruley, Jacob Galloway. New pitcher into the game for the Saints. It's the closer, Hayden Lewis, who's got a 1.64 earned run average across 11 innings, 14 Ks, 1 save. Recently committed to New Mexico State, the 6-foot, 175-pound rising sophomore steps into this ball game here in the ninth. The righty Lewis comes set at the belt, working from the wind-up first base side of the rubber. He deals, and Jason Hansen takes a fastball in the outside corner. No balls and 1 strike. 89-mile-an-hour fastball from Lewis, ahead in the count. Hansen, Ruley, Galloway here in the ninth. Lewis kicks and fires, and Hansen takes another one. This one's a little bit outside with a fastball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Jason Hansen today has walked, popped out, and grounded out to short. 1-1 the count. The New Mexico State righty comes set, and he brings it home. And Hansen takes a fastball low and out. 2 balls and 1 strike. If the Blues can get 1 base runner, the tying run would come to the plate. It is the bottom of the order. They'll need a rally. 2 to tie, 3 to win. Lewis a long hold. 2-1 on the way. Hansen takes a fastball right down the middle for strike 2. And the count evens up 2-2. Deep night sky up above Sinsheimer Stadium. The lights shine bright. The Blues need the offense to come through today for the first time. Just 3 hits and 2 unearned runs so far against the Saints. The 2-2 offering. Hansen takes a fastball high and out. 3-2. So a full count to start the ninth inning. Hayden Lewis doesn't want to walk Jason Hansen. It would bring the tying run up in the form of Jacob Ruley, who's on deck. Big battle here for Hansen. 3-2 pitch incoming. And Hansen lines it up the middle. A couple of hops right past the bag. It dies. The shortstop Hammond has no throw. And it bounces off his glove, and Hansen's aboard with a leadoff base hit. It looked like a liner up the middle. It just died as it passed the mound. And Hansen, a little bit of a cued hit. But that's what the Blues need. They've got a runner aboard. The tying run, Jacob Ruley, will come up. And that's a big hit to start the inning for the Blues. First hit of the day for Hansen, 4th hit of the game for San Luis Obispo. And here's Jacob Ruley. Ruley has reached base on 2 errors by the shortstop Hammonds. 2 of the runs, in fact, the only 2 runs for the Blues, scored on that error the second time through. He's also grounded out to third. Now every hitter that comes up will be the tying run for San Luis Obispo, trying to get things started here in the ninth against Hayden Lewis. Ruley swings at the first pitch fastball, taps it into the glove of the catcher Burge. No balls and 1 strike. So Lewis works from the stretch. Hansen, the runner at first, not a threat to go. Just 1 of 2 on stolen base attempts so far this summer. 0-1. Ruley takes outside to the backstop. Hansen takes second base. So now a runner in scoring position as Burge let it go right through the webbing. 1-1 the count. Hansen to second. Not the worst thing in the world. Of course, that runner for the Saints doesn't matter quite as much. And now, if you're the Blues, you're really kicking yourself that they couldn't score Jacob Galloway back in the 7th. They had Galloway at third, just the 1 out, and they couldn't score him. A strikeout and a flyout. If they were able to bring in that run, it would be a 1-run game here in the ninth. But instead, it's not just Hansen that needs to score. The Blues will need to bring across 1 more as well. Lewis is 1-1. And Ruley takes low and out. 2 balls and 1 strike. This time, Burge, a good job to keep it in front. But Hayden Lewis, the command struggling here in the ninth inning. Not a guy that walks a ton of hitters. 5 walks coming into this game in 11 innings. But a walk or a single to start the inning. Now behind the count, 2-1 to Ruley. Lewis kicks and fires. And Ruley checks his swing. A fastball right on the outside corner, 2-2. So the count evens up. Strikeout pitcher for Lewis. Got that high 80s, low 90s fastball. Not easy to hit. Ruley the tying run at the plate. Lewis, Bennett the waist, shakes his sign. And now comes set. Tan glove held at his Navy belt as he fires. Ruley takes low. A walk would put the tying run on base as now Burge is going out to talk with Hayden Lewis. He's just spiking the fastball right now, overthrowing. The moment maybe being built up a little bit too big in his head. 3-2 count when he returns to the hill. Jacob Galloway's on deck for the Blues. Has had their best swing of the day, a deep double to the right field wall his last time up. Blues would love to get Jacob Galloway to the plate with the tying run on base. Right now it's Jacob Ruley at the plate, a 3-2 count. Lewis set from the stretch. The righty throws, and Ruley hits it in the gap in right center field. Chasing it is the right fielder, McDonald. It bounces for a base hit. Coming around third to score is Hansen. Ruley tries for second. The ball bobbled in right, and it's an RBI for Ruley, and now he's headed to third. The ball bounces away from Gulbinson. The throw to third, cut off by Tello. The tying run at third with one out. Nobody out, pardon me. Jacob Ruley a double. Hansen scores. A mistake from the Saints, and now the Blues a golden chance. So Ruley comes through in a full count, and now the Blues got 3 chances to score the runner from third, and Jacob Galloway coming up. Meeting at the mound now for the Saints. Everything just broke down on that play. Jacob Ruley with a big swing, and then the defense just fell apart. McDonald bobbled it in right. He threw to the second baseman, Gulbranson, who bobbled it. Ruley, the heads up base running. He takes third, so another tying run 90 feet away. Jacob Galloway will be at the dish. Hansen already around to score. The Blues now a chance. They got to tie it now. But maybe if they're able to work the offense, a chance to walk it off here in the 9th. Bottom of the 9th, new life for San Luis Obispo. For the first time today, they're picking up the offense. Back-to-back hits here to start the 9th inning. The single from Hansen, now the double from Ruley. Tying run 90 feet away with nobody out. Jacob Galloway does not have a league run batted in all summer. It's his 6th game. He's got a chance if he can pick up number 1 to tie this game up here in the bottom of the 9th. Jacob Ruley has excellent speed at third base, and now the fans start to get into it. Lewis from the windup deals to Galloway, and Galloway lines it straight back. Got a good swing off. Nicks it foul. No balls and 1 strike. It was a smaller crowd here today for the Blues. The fans kind of cleared out as it got dark, but the ones that are still here are on their feet. They're using their hands to clap. The Blues trying to tie it up here in the 9th. Lewis again from the windup, tying run at third. 0-1, and Galloway takes the fastball high, count even up at 1-1. 91-mile-an-hour fastball for Lewis. He's feeling the moment and dialing up a little bit more. Left-hander warms up in the pen. Lewis trying to avoid disaster here in the 9th. The righty kicks and fires. Galloway takes a fastball inside, ball 2. Lewis backs off the mound, shaking his head in disbelief. 2-1 the count. Galloway looking to do a job, tie this game up for the Blues. They were on death's doorstep heading into the 9th. Back-to-back hits. Now an RBI opportunity for the USC catcher. Lewis delivers, and Galloway takes inside. So now a 3-1 count. A walk would put the go-ahead run at first. There'd still be nobody out, and Cody Darcy's on deck. (3-1) on Jacob Galloway. Hitters count for the Trojan backstop. Lewis delivers, and Galloway lines it straight back. Another big swing from Galloway. Tapped it off with the glove of Burge, and the count is full. We've seen the Blues strand a runner when they had a runner at third and 1 out. Now they've got a runner at third, nobody out. Strikeout was the issue the first time. Galloway trying to avoid going down on the K with all his might. The Blues just need a deep fly ball, a ground ball up the middle, something to score the run. Ruley leads off third. Here's the 3-2, and Galloway pops it up. Right field should be deep enough to score Ruley. The center fielder from Blessinger calls off McDonald. He comes up throwing. It's way wide, and in comes Ruley. This game is tied. 2 runs here in the 9th already for the Blues. It's 4-4, and with 1 out, a clean slate It's Cody Darcy coming up, but the Blues have tied the game up. And who would have guessed? 2 straight hits, now the sacrifice fly, and Cody Darcy comes to the dish. A 4-4 game here in the 9th inning.
Now batting for the Blues, number 18, Cody Darcy.
Cody Darcy pitched a scoreless top of the inning. Now a chance to start another rally with one out here in the bottom of the 9th. The Arkansas State two-way player now takes a fastball low, 1 ball and no strikes. So a blown save here from Lewis. Gave up the cued single up the middle to Jason Hansen. The double for Ruley. The error helped Ruley advance to third. And Galloway capitalizes with the sacrifice fly. 1-0. And Darcy takes a fastball center cut for strike 1. Looked like it was a little bit low in the zone, but it caught the bottom of the zone at 90 miles an hour. 1-1 the count. 1 out here in the 9th. Lewis from the windup kicks and fires, and Darcy chases the slider, 1-2. The Blues have tied it up for now, and they'd love to capitalize and walk it off here in the 9th inning. They've got 2 walk-off wins so far this year. One of them this past series against the Barons on a walk-off hit by pitch. 1-2. Darcy strikes out swinging. So Lewis responds. He gets the second out here as Darcy down on strikes for the second straight time. Now the top of the order, and in Burns comes up.
Blues do have someone up and throw in the bullpen.
Batting now for your Blues, number 2, Nick Burns the second.
So here's Nin Burns, leadoff hitter for the Blues, as a right-hander warms up in the slow bullpen. This time it's an actual pitcher. Kyle Dunning, who we were told was available, is warming up in the bullpen. Blues don't want it to get there. They'd love to walk it off here with 2 outs in the 9th. They've got to start a whole new rally. And Burns takes a slider at the bottom of the zone for a strike, and he is arguing very loudly. Takes a big walk. He turned around and immediately started yelling at the umpire. An 0-1 count. He couldn't believe it. Oh, 1. And Burns takes a fastball a little high this time. 1 ball and 1 strike. Now that curveball on our StatCast strike zone below the zone. So Burns' reason to be upset. Needs to pull things in here. A 1-1 count. And Burns ropes it on the ground into the hole. It's short and into left field. So Burns starts the potential 2-out rally. Takes a big turn around first. He'll head back to the base. Then Burns aboard. He picks up a hit. The winning run's at first base. So the Blues will send up Sam DiCarlo. A chance now with the winning run at first with good speed and in Burns for the Blues to walk it off here in the 9th inning. And we'll see. Maybe the Blues decide to run with Nin Burns. He's got the second most stolen bases in the league, 13 of 18. The Blues could try and manufacture this run, put Burns into scoring position, or they could trust the bat of Sam DiCarlo. It's been cold today, 0 for 4 with 3 Ks. A chance to make up for all that if he can pick up a hit here in the 9th. Lewis back in the stretch, bent over at the waist. The crowd has gone silent, anxiously awaiting the rest of this 9th. And DiCarlo almost hit in the head with a curveball. 1 ball and no strikes. Hit by pitch would not be the worst thing for the Blues here. It would put Nin Burns into scoring position. You got the lefty, Jariah Lewis, on deck. Blues have tied it up here in the 9th inning. They've got the winning run at first as Burns grabs a lead. Will the center fielder take off? That's the main question. 1-0 on the way. And DiCarlo takes a fastball in the outer half. 1 ball and 1 strike. 2 runs already across in this half of the 9th inning. Blues have at the very least forced extras against the Saints. Still searching for their first win against Arroyo Seco all year. Burns grabs his lead, a 1-1 count. Lewis on the hill. He deals. Burns takes off. Fastball's off the outside corner. Here's the throw down. Burns in there with a stolen base. And the ball caught by the shortstop, Hammonds. Burns has no idea, and he's picked off. He thought it went to center. He makes the mistake, and we're going to extras. Mason Hammonds had to dive. He deked Nin Burns, and he got the out at third. And we are heading to the 10th. 2 runs for the Blues. They force extras, but for now, we're heading to the 10th inning. What a game. Stay tuned. We'll be back on the SLO Blues Streaming Network. Well, here we go. Extra innings. You wanted free baseball? You got it. You're here in the top of the 10th. A runner starting at second base here with the international rules. It will be Jared Quant, the inherited runner at second. Max Blessinger, Jordan Rogers, Raider Tello, 2, 3, 4 coming up. Heart of the order. Big spot here in the 10th for the Saints. And the Blues are finally sending a real pitcher to the mound. It's Kyle Dunning who takes over here in the 10th inning. Dunning into the transfer portal from CSU Bakersfield. He takes over here in the 10th. I stand corrected. Not in the transfer portal. Heading back to CSU Bakersfield this next year. But Dunning takes over. He's got a 2.57 earned run average across 7 innings so far for San Luis Obispo. Just 2 earned runs across those 7 frames. He has struck out 6 and allowed 5 hits. But he's got a tough part of the order to go through. Quant has good speed at second base. It's 2, 3, 4. Blessinger, Rogers, Tello here in the 10th. Dunning comes set, looks back at Quant, now deals. Blessinger squares to bunt and lays it down on the first base line. Barehanded by Hansen. He goes to first in time for the out. So small ball here in the top of the 10th from the Saints. Quant moves to third. And you got 1 out in the inning. The batter will be Jordan Rogers. You never really see that anymore. With the team that comes up in the top of the 10th with the small ball, you never really want to play for just the 1 run if you're the visiting team. If you only score the 1, the other team, the home team, can come away. All they need to do is move the runner over once and bring him in. And this one's cued foul. But the Saints, I think, knowing runs are at a premium today, their offense has not struck since the 5th inning. They're trying to come through. They think 1 run might be enough. 0-1 the count on Jordan Rogers. Go-ahead run at third, and Jared Quant. And that pitch is outside. A nice sliding block from Galloway, 1-1. Jordan Rogers, the batter, first baseman from Wichita State. He's got 7 league RBI now after his 2 RBI double back in the 5th. He's also walked, struck out, and grounded out. 1-1 with the infield in, and Rogers takes a front door slider, strike 2. A huge strikeout spot here for Kyle Dunning. Go ahead run at third, 1 out. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The Roadrunner righty comes set at the bell. Infield still in, he deals, and Rogers slices it foul. If Dunning's able to pick up the strikeout, it would be 2 outs, and the Blues could get an out. The force out at first to end the inning. Rogers trying to do his job, bring in the runner from third. Dunning sets at the bell, first base side of the rubber. He strides and shoots. And Rogers just catches a piece, fouls it back off the end of the bat. The count's still 1-2. what more could you want? This game has been all kinds of crazy. 4 scoreless innings pitched by Blues position players. They strike for 2 in the bottom of the 9th to force extras. Now 1 out, a strikeout spot here for Dunning. Rogers struck out his first time up, hasn't since. 1-2 offering. Rogers strikes out swinging. Dunning got him with the slider. There's 2 away.
All right, fans, that's hot sauce.
And we talked about it. You can't play for just the 1 run, but what you cannot do is not score at all. If the Saints are not able to bring in a run, then the Blues, all they would need to do is score that runner at second, and it'll be Nin Burns, who's one of the fastest Blues on the team. Dunning has picked up 2 good outs, but he's got to go through one of the toughest hitters in the league. Raider Tello hitting above 400. He's got 2 hits today, and he takes a fastball on the outside corner to start the at-bat, 0-1. Tello singled and scored back in the 2nd inning, flew out to center in the 4th, struck out in the 5th, singled in the 8th. 2 for 4 day from the 3rd baseman from Iowa. 0-1 offering. And Tello pops it up. Right field, ranging over to his right is Jariah Lewis. It's a scoreless 10th for Kyle Dunning, and the Blues need just the 1 to walk it off in the bottom half of the inning. What an outing for the Roadrunner reliever. And he's given the Blues a golden opportunity to beat the Saints here in the bottom of the 10th. It'll be Burns at second, DeCarlo, Lewis, Ricken coming up when we return on the SLO Blues streaming network. Well, here we go. Bottom of the 10th. The Blues, all they need, the 1 run here to walk it off and beat the Saints for the first time in 2023. And they've got a good spot to do it. Nin Burns, the inherited runner at second, the automatic runner. And Sam DeCarlo, Jariah Lewis, J.T. Ricken. But they'll have to go through a tough arm. Kevin Warrenek, the showcase selection all-star lefty here for the Saints in the 9th inning. Warrenek, a tough arm angle, low 90s fastball from the lefty. And he'll face Sam DeCarlo to start things off. We'll see if the Blues want to start with a bunt. Corners are in for the Saints. Warrenek looks to second. Now deals not bunting as DeCarlo, and he takes a fastball on the inside corner, 0-1. DeCarlo did not have a single sacrifice bunt in his freshman season at Washington, so maybe that explains the decision for Dean Traynor. But this makes it harder. You need to get the runner over here if you're Sam DeCarlo. The Blues just need to play for 1. Looking to second, now Warrenek deals, and DeCarlo takes the fastball, bottom of the zone for a strike. It's 0-2, and that was low. A very low strike call, and now DeCarlo really needs to make sure he puts the ball in play. Chokes up with 2 strikes. A tough call for strike number 2.
We've talked about that pitcher-friendly
Warnick pitching for a strikeout. He'll do that all inning. 0-2 the count. The lefty comes set, brings it home, and DeCarlo takes inside and low. Warnick from Longwood, 6'4", 205-pound junior left-hander. He comes into this game with a 2.89 earned average in 9 1/3 innings, 17 strikeouts. First 28 outs. Just an unbelievable K number for the lefty. Looking for one here to start the 10th inning. 1-2 offering, and DeCarlo takes the fastball high. 2-2, a gutsy take for the Washington Husky, and the count evens up. 12 hits allowed by Warnick across 9 1/3. He's walked 5. 2-1 record with 2 saves. Needs an excellent 10th here to keep this game alive. Blues just trying to score Nin Burns with his speed from second base. 2-2 offering. DeCarlo strikes out swinging. So DeCarlo strikes out for the 4th time, and you can't do that in that spot. The Blues decide not to bunt. It comes back and bites them. And now here's Jariah Lewis. So here's Jariah Lewis, right fielder from San Jose State. Flew out to right to start his night, then popped out to short. Struck out, grounded out. 0 for 4 day for Jariah Lewis. Left-on-left matchup, a tough draw against Warnick. First pitch of the at-bat, and Lewis takes a fastball for a strike. The Blues are getting a lot of fastballs. They're just not swinging early in the count, falling behind, and then DeCarlo struck out. So Jariah Lewis, not sure what he's looking for, but the Blues, you never really get this scenario. If the visiting team doesn't score, it's such a blessing for the home team. The Blues trying to come through. Burns, a big secondary lead. He decides not to go, and Lewis shoots it foul. Burns got 2 full shuffles off of second base before Warnick threw. If he went, it would have been an excellent jump, but he stays at second, and 0-2 count. Burns the winning run at second here in the 10th inning. Lefty trying to come through against Kevin Warnick. Jariah Lewis, back of the box. Warnick looks to second, brings it home, and Lewis strikes out swinging. Back-to-back strikeouts start the 10th. Just can't happen. So now it's up to JT Ricken to try and salvage this 10th. And the Blues got the biggest gift that they could get here in extra innings, and they have fumbled it so far. Back-to-back strikeouts by Warnick, and JT Ricken comes up. The third baseman has singled and scored. He's walked. He's 1 for 3. Another right-on-left matchup, so a better draw for the Blues. Left field line wide open for JT Ricken. A spin pick and a throw back to the shortstop, Hammonds. Burns back to the bag. That could have been dangerous. As Warnick spun around, no one was at the second base bag, so he just lobbed it to Hammonds. Ricken is a walk-off hero so far this season. He had that walk-off hit by pitch against the Barons. He can earn this one if he's able to pick up a hit against Warnick. First pitch of the at-bat. Ricken shoots it foul the other way off the top of the netting. No balls and 1 strike. The Blues dugout anxiously waiting. They've got the righty Ricken up. Hicksonbaugh on deck if Ricken's able to reach and extend this game. Bottom of the 10th. Winning run at second. A silent crowd, but a buzz at a low volume. And Ricken takes a fastball above the zone. 1 ball and 1 strike. The crowd that has stayed around, which is filled up by all of the Blues promotional interns that have already cleaned up for the night, ready to erupt if the Blues can walk it off for the second time this week. 1-1 the count, runner at second with 2 outs. Burns gets his lead. Warnick comes set. The lefty delivers, and Ricken lines it straight back. Got a nice swing off. Just underneath it, 1-2. 91-mile-an-hour fastball from Warnick, and Ricken had the timing down, had a good swing, but just under the baseball. So Warnick is a strike away from striking out the side and sending this game to the 11th. Burns ready to run with a crack of the bat at second. 1-2, 2 outs, bottom 10. Waranek comes set. Glove held high above his head, now at his waist. A long hold, and the lefty delivers. Ricken strikes out swinging. Warnick strikes out the side. We're heading to the 11th. Blues weren't able to get it done in the 10th despite the gift given to them by the Saints in the top half of the inning. Now we head to the top of the 11th. Raider Tello, the automatic runner at second. Now it's Alex Burge, Mason Hammonds, Kite McDonald against Kyle Dunning. Dunning does not have the rested arm that I think the Blues would like to have out there, but he's got to go out for a second inning. The Blues don't have anybody else. First pitch to Burge. Burge squares to bunt, and a fastball's in the dirt. Back pick from Galloway, almost into center. They can't quite get the out, so a ball one. 1-0 the count, and Galloway almost allowed Tello to reach third. So neither team scores in the 10th, and the Saints ready to do it all over again, trying to bunt with the first hitter. It's Alex Burge, the catcher from Wichita State. Burge has walked twice. He's flown out, and he's grounded out. 0 for 2. 1-0, Burge squares again, and now he lays it down right back to the pitcher. Dunning gets it, goes to first, covering is DiCarlo. So the runner moves over to third. That's Tello. 1 out now in the inning. Well, the Saints continue to go with this strategy. They're playing for the 1 run, but Burge able to get the bunt down, and you really start to wonder why the Blues did not bunt in the bottom of the 10th. I know DiCarlo, maybe he's not the greatest bunter, but put someone in there that is. Really, all they needed was the 1 run. If you can get Burns to third with 1 out, all they need is a fly ball, maybe a grounder. Here's Mason Hammonds with the runner at third. A go-ahead run, Raider Tello. The fastball misses out, 1 ball and no strikes. Hammonds is 0 for 4, 2 strikeouts. He's also grounded into a double play. Blues have the infield in. Go-ahead run at third. 1-0. Hammonds shoots it foul the other way, off the top of the netting, near the foul pole, near the Blues dugout. 1 ball and 1 strike. So Dunning needs to clutch up again for the Blues. They've sent him out there for a second inning. The offense couldn't capitalize on his scoreless top half of the 10th. Hammonds, the shortstop from Tarleton State, looking to be the RBI hero. He takes a slider, it hit his helmet, and he'll take first. Hit the helmet and the shoulder, and now first and third. It isn't the worst thing in the world for the Blues. Now you've got the double play set up the middle if you can turn it. But you've got Kite McDonald coming up. McDonald's been a hot hitter today. He's got a single, an RBI, also a second hit back in the 9th inning. So he's 2 for 4, and you're putting a base stealer on base. Hammonds is 6 for 6 on stolen base opportunities. And now you've got Dean Traynor coming to the mound. Strategy time for the Blues. Edge runners at the corners with 1 away in the top of the 11th. We'll take a break and come back when the meeting disperses on the SLO Blues streaming network. We're back here at Sinsheimer Stadium, top of the 11th. One out, runners at the corners. The go-ahead run for the Saints at third base, and they've got Kite McDonald up. 11 RBI now after today on the league season for McDonald. Blues play the middle back, corners in. First pitch, McDonald, he bunts. It's in the air, and Galloway watches it off the top of the netting. The Saints trying to squeeze for a run, and it's 0-1. Both teams had a meeting. It was Dean Traynor at the mound. Aaron Milam, who's the third base coach, came out to talk for the Saints. You got to figure there's something going on. Who knows? Maybe it's the runner Hammond's running from first. He's a perfect 6 of 6 on stolen base attempts this season. Maybe another bunt. And time is called. You've got Raider Tello, the go-ahead run at third. Another runner, Mason Hammonds, at first. And Dunning gets a new baseball. Strategy to the 11th degree here in the 11th inning as both teams trying to win the chess match here today. A 4-4 ball game. Dunning delivers. McDonald, and he balked. Dunning doesn't come set. The go-ahead run comes in. It's 5-4. And Dunning just balks in a run. And now Dean Traynor out. He tosses the clipboard down. He's coming out. He might try and get himself thrown out of this game. Jacob Ruley coming running in from left. Ruley is arguing the call. Jacob Ruley might get tossed out of this game. He's all the way in here from left field, down the third base line. The umpire from home plate cuts him off. Ruley right in the face. He's at third base. The left fielder has come in to argue the call. Still arguing. And now here comes Dean Traynor. Ruley now is being walked back to the dugout. I think he's been thrown out of this game. And with Ruley occupying the home plate umpire, now Traynor out to talk with a third base umpire. Ruley's been thrown out. And now the Saints are right on the front of the dugout. This game has fallen apart here in the inning. Ruley's still going. He's in between the mound and home. Jacob Ruley is the leader of this team. He's the most vocal Blue, and he got himself thrown out from left field. The Blues assistant coaches coming to get him. They step in front. Dean Traynor is still arguing down the third base line. An unbelievable 11th inning, and the Saints have the lead, but Ruley won't give up. Rene Regalado, hitting coach, pulling Ruley back. He's heading to the dugout. Dean Traynor arguing as well down the third base line. Just an unreal turn of events here in the 11th. And for everything that's gone down, it doesn't matter. The Saints have the lead. Giovanni Blanchette will head out to left. Dean Traynor still arguing down the third base line. Traynor has not yet been tossed. But the Blues have a player thrown out. Jacob Ruley, their vocal leader in support of Kyle Dunning, gets tossed from the game. Now Dean Traynor's heading to the Saints dugout. And he's talking up Aaron Milam, chatting with the Saints dugout. All of the coaches are out of the dugout for the Blues. All 4. And now they're really focused at the Saints dugout. Traynor is escorted back to the dugout. Now Max Lober, the assistant pitching coach, is out of the dugout. The Blues have 5 coaches on the field. Aaron Milam is nearly coming out of the third base dugout. They're chatting through the netting. This is unbelievable. The umpires trying to console this game. The Blues just gave up the lead on a balk, and they're in disbelief. And the home plate umpire talking with all 5 coaches for the Blues. All because of a balk. These two teams have been not best friends so far this season, to put it lightly. The Saints had 6 players tossed in a game in Pasadena against the Blues just last week. And the Blues are returning the favor. These two teams just continue to chirp at each other game after game. And now the Blues coaches start to return back to the dugout. An umpire right at the mouth of the dugout for the Saints. And the Blues coaches just won't give up. I don't know who's been thrown out. All we know is Ruley's out of this game. Blanchett's into left, and the Saints have a 5-4 lead. It's a vocal battle here at Sinsheimer Stadium, and now Ruleigh's back out of the dugout. He has emerged from the dugout. He's behind the coaches. The third baseman, JT Ricken, was over to argue. Ruleigh's still out of the dugout. Half the Blues team is out of the front of their dugout. They're ready to go. They're getting waved back to their own dugout. They're just not listening. Ruleigh is walking down the first base line. He was told to leave the premises. 3 Saints are out of the first base dugout. Dunning's playing catch with Jake Hicksenbaugh at short. Ruleigh's flicked off the field. He turns around. He's still arguing. What is being worked through? The Blues coaches just won't leave the field. The Blues have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 players out of the dugout. 2 of them have bats. One of them's wearing catcher's gear. And they're continually shouting at the Saints dugout. 12, 13 players out of the dugout for the Blues. 4 out for the Saints. And the coaches for the Blues are finally retreating slowly back to the dugout. This is wild. It's been over 5 minutes since the balk call, and we haven't had another pitch. Just cannot make this up. All over 1 balk and 1 run.
I'm just so confused on what the issue was because I don't think there was any question. That was certainly a fault.
And now the Blues walking back to the dugout. Players getting waved in by their own coaches. Dean Traynor heading back. The coaching staff retreating, and now Dunning gets to warm up again. So Raider Tello, the automatic runner who had moved up to third on the sacrifice bunt, he scores on the balk. Now at second is Mason Hammonds, who was hit by a pitch. It's an 0-1 count, and we're finally back to normalcy. Don't hold your breath. It might not be for long. But now the batter, Kite McDonald, stays up. It's still an 0-1 count, 1 out. Just an unbelievable delay after a balk, and now Dunning deals to McDonald, and McDonald drives one to left, deep down the left field line, hooking foul, and out of play. Didn't quite have home run distance, but McDonald sent it for a ride. No balls and 2 strikes. So Dunning's got to regain his focus. 1 run is not the end of this game. Dunning, the righty, comes set. McDonald at the plate, strikeout spot for the Roadrunner righty, and McDonald drives it to left. New left fielder Blanchett moves a step back and makes the catch for out number 2. Of course, for the Blues, the balk was important. It brought in the go-ahead run. But 1 run is not the end of the day for the Blues. All they need to do, if it's just the 1-run deficit, is score the runner from second. That was a tough task for them in the 10th inning, but all it takes is moving the runner over and bringing him in. It's been a tough task for the offense this year for sure, but the 1 run is not the end of the world. What would be is a second. Here's Thomas Goldbranson, who's 2 for 4 with 2 outs. Goldbranson takes a fastball on the outside corner, but for a ball. No balls and 1 strike, and the Blues dugout and fans continue to go crazy. Should have been a strike, as registered by the StatCast strike zone. A 1-0 count. Pitch on the way. Goldbranson ropes it on the ground into left field. Blanchett, we'll see if the arm is warm. Here comes his throw, right to Galloway. He can't collect it, and the runner scores. Nobody's at third. Dunning collects the ball, and he just eats it. And that is what hurts. A second run comes in. Jacob Galloway couldn't collect it at 6-4. Goldbranson's third hit, an errant bounce off the throw by Blanchett, and this game gets wilder. So a 2-out base hit here makes it a 2-run game in the top of the 11th. That could be the nail on the coffin, but the Blues will get to come up. Can't allow another as Preston Godfrey takes the ball low. And who knows, maybe the long delay by the Blues, they just wouldn't let it die. Maybe it hurt them more than it helped. 1-0. Now Godfrey lines it to right. A broken bat sinking line drive, and Lewis makes the catch ranging to the line. An unbelievable top of the 11th. We'll see if the bottom half matches in excitement. It's a 2-run lead now for the Saints. I think it's Warrenek coming back out. And the Blues need 2 to tie, 3 to win. They'll get Ricken running at third, Massiangelo, Hanson, Rulli coming up. Bottom of the 11th here from Zinsheimer Stadium. The Blues need 2 to tie, 3 to win. They've got JT Ricken, who will run at second. It's Matt Massiangelo, Jason Hanson. This is Jake Hicksonbaugh, who's taken over for Massiangelo, and it'll be Blanchett to come up third in the inning. So a left-on-left matchup to start the frame. Warrenek struck out the side in a dominant bottom of the 10th, trying to do so again here with a 2-run cushion in the 11th. He misses outside with a changeup. 1 ball and no strikes. Hicksonbaugh to the plate. A tough time to have your first at-bat here today. Freshman at Monterey Peninsula College, a .250 hitter so far. 1-0. And Hicksonbaugh takes a fastball on the outer half, strike 1. Blues dugout shouting again. There's profanities being hurled left and right by the fans, the players, both dugouts. This is a tense game, and we've got another tomorrow. Blues need to be careful. Saints do too. No one wants this to escalate further. 1-1 the count on Hicksonbaugh. Warrenek comes set. Ricken the runner at second. Motions off the bag, now retreats. And Hicksonbaugh swings and misses at the fastball, 1-2. Warrenek got 3 strikeouts swinging last inning, as the Blues, all they needed was 1 run to walk it off. And they just fumbled the opportunity. Now they trail by 2 here in the 11th. 1-2 offering, and Hicksonbaugh takes outside. Two and 2, a 2-run lead here for the Saints in the 11th inning. Ricken's got good speed at second, but because the Blues allowed the second run, his run matters far less. The Blues need to find a way to score him and another. Long hold, 2-2, and Hicksonbaugh strikes out swinging. 4 strikeouts for Warrenek, 1 out here in the 11th. And the strikeouts continue to plague the Blues. This is just unbelievable. A situation where you can't K 4 times in a row, and Warrenek has got exactly what he was pitching for. And now it's Jason Hanson, the first baseman from UC Davis. Hanson singled and scored in that 9th inning, started that rally that allowed the Blues to force extras. Now trying to keep it alive. He takes a first pitch fastball in there for a strike. Blues have gotten plenty of those, and they're just not swinging early in the count. It's Ricken at second, an 0-1 count with 1 out. Hanson, then Blanchett. Warrenek, the lefty, comes set. Now he brings it home. And Hansen flies it into right. Down the foul line. Could be trouble for the defense. It falls fair. A base hit. Hansen to first. Ricken around to third. He had to wait to make sure it dropped. Now the tying run on base as Hansen's got his second straight hit. This one a pop-up that falls. And good things happen when you put the ball in play. So now it's Giovanni Blanchette. Another first at-bat for the Blue. And all the Blues needed last inning was for someone to do that. Put it in play, maybe get lucky. No time to fret on last inning. They've got a chance here in the 11th. Ricken at third, Hansen at first. Hansen's the tying run here in the 11th inning. Warrenek kicks and deals, and Blanchette takes a fastball on the inside corner for a strike, 0-1. Immediately whips his head around. Blanchette, an even head on his shoulders. Transfer portal entrant after playing at St. Mary's, fell through, heading to Fresno City College, trying to come through here. And he swings and misses, no balls and 2 strikes. Blanchette was one of the only 2 showcase game selections for the Blues. So far this season, hitting .211, 4 runs batted in, 19 strikeouts though. Long hold, and the 0-2. They make it 20. Blanchette strikes out swinging, 5 Ks for Warrenek, and the last hope for the Blues is Jacob Galloway, the catcher. Another left-on-left matchup as Warrenek has diced up the Blues. Tying run aboard, and SLO just cannot stop striking out. Galloway has struck out, flied out. His last 2 at-bats have been better. A double off the wall and a sacrifice fly to tie the game in the 9th. First pitch to the left-handed hitting catcher is outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Want to know the count. Left-on-left matchup. Tying run at first here in the bottom of the 11th. 1-0 offering. And Galloway takes a center cut fastball for a strike. Late strike call. And a 1-1 count. Blues continue to chirp from the dugout. This time it's Nin Burns, face nearly pressed against the netting. They're not happy. The count just evened up. Runners at the corners, 2 away. 1-1 count on the USC backstop. Warrenek set at the belt. He deals. And Galloway takes a high fastball, 2-1. If Galloway can reach, you got Jake Bold, a pinch hitter, on deck for Cody Darcy.
Would love for him to get a strike right here and get to 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs.
Blues need a miracle here with 2 outs. They need 2 to tie, 3 to win. The lefty Warrenek delivers, and Galloway takes a fastball off the outer half. Ball 3. A walk would load the bases. It would put the tying run in scoring position, as now warnings being issued to the Blues dugout by the first base umpire. They still chirp. First base umpire's not paying attention, and Warrenek's on the mound. And Warrenek just stood up straight. I'm not sure where the balk went there. He was slightly bent at the knees, then stood up. But a 3-1 count on Galloway, trying to extend the game. Pitch on the way. It's a fastball for a strike, and the count moves full. So now Blues down to the final strike. A 3-ball, 2-strike count with 2 outs. Hansen will get a jump start from first base. Jacob Galloway taking his time to re-enter the box, trying to extend this game for the Blues. Tying run at second, and he'll be on the move. Left on left. Ball game in the balance. Pitch on the way. Galloway takes high, and he draws the walk. A fastball above the zone. The bases are loaded. Here comes Bold. So Warrenek allows the base runner. And now you've got the tying run at second, and you've got Jake Bold coming up. Bold has been swinging it well, kills lefties. And he's got the bat-to-ball skills the Blues are looking for. And now the Blues pointing at something in the dugout for the Saints. And here we go. Jake Bold to the plate. Introduce the pinch hitter. 2 outs, bottom of the 11th, a 2-run deficit. The tying run at second, go-ahead run at first, and Bold the batter. Jake Bold has a hit in all but one of the league games he's played in. He's played in 8 on a 6-game hitting streak overall, hitting .273 with a home run and 6 runs batted in. Fresh off the bench, a chance to tie or win the game here in the 11th. Warreneck comes set, now comes home, and Bold swings and pops it up foul. 0-1 the count on the Princeton backstop. The only freshman at Princeton to hit above 300, a .313 average. 3 homers, 24 runs batted in, the best batting average of any freshman in the league. 6 foot, 190-pound sophomore right-hander steps up to the dish. And now he takes time. You've got Hansen at second, Ricken at third. Jacob Galloway, the potential winning run, is at first base. Warreneck set at the belt. Here's the 0-1 home. And Bold pops it up, fouled on the first base line again. It's 0-2. So the Blues are down to their last strike once again. Now Warreneck, a couple of chances to leave the zone. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The Blues trail it by 2. They've got Ricken at third, Hansen at second, Galloway at first, all ready to run immediately with the ball put in play. Warreneck has gotten 5 outs, all 5 of them Ks, a chance for 6 and the win here. The lefty comes set, brings it home, and Bold takes high. It goes to the backstop. Here comes Ricken. He'll score. The tying run to third, the go-ahead run to second, and it's 6-5. So not the end of the world. The Blues already needed a hit to win it. But now you've really got to be careful. If that happens again, this game is tied. And now if the Blues can pick up a base hit with Galloway's speed as a catcher at second, the Blues can win it. Now if you're Warreneck, you really have to be careful. If you throw another to the backstop, the Blues tie the game for free, and we'll get a meeting at the mound. The tension at an all-time high. The Blues trying to beat the Saints for the first time, and we'll get a little bit of a pause in the action. Jake Bold over to talk with Jason Hansen, who's now the tying run at third base. Steve Tolley, the third base coach, in that conversation as well. It's just been an absolutely unreal game. It was a no-hitter against the Saints yesterday. The game was under 2 hours. We have crossed the 4-hour mark here at Sinsheimer Stadium. We're here in the 11th, and every one pitch, the crowd is on their toes. So the meeting disperses. The infield heads back to their spots. The Blues have the tying run at third, the winning run at second. A 1-2 count on the Princeton catcher. Warreneck comes set, looks in at Bold. Here's the 1-2 offering. Bold takes a fastball high. It's 2-2. The first baseman, Rogers, threw his hands up like he just won the World Series, and it was a called ball. 2-2 the count. 2 outs, 2 runners aboard. Blues now trail it by just the 1. Crowd goes silent. The 2-2 home. Bold takes high. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. You've got Nin Burns, who's on deck if Bold can extend this game. Your heart beating yet? The count is full. There's 2 outs. This is the wiffle ball moment for Jake Bold. You practice it in the backyard your entire life, trying to come through for the Blues here in the bottom of the 11th. Hansen at third. He's the tying run. Pitch on the way. Bold takes high. It's a back-to-back walk situation for the Blues, and the bases are loaded again. What a rally here so far for the Blues. They need the 1 more hit to tie or win it, and it's down to the leadoff man. Nin Burns to the plate. His last game as a SLO Blue, trying to end it a hero. And now there's nowhere to put the Blues. Warreneck can't throw a wild pitch. He can't hit a batter. He can't walk a batter. Tying run at third, winning run at second. Jake Bold there for extra comfort at first. Burns has a single in this game. And he's looking for a hit. Takes a big hack and swings and misses 0-1. 91-mile-an-hour fastball for Warreneck. The velocity has not disappeared. Burns a single, 2 ground outs, a strikeout, and a flyout. Last game here at Sinsheimer in front of the fans, trying to end it with a walk-off. 0-1. And Burns takes a fastball for a strike on the outside corner, and it's 0-2. Throws his right hand up, can't believe it, continues to debate it, but it's 0-2. Warnick went 0-2 to Bold, and the Bold was able to work his way on base. And in the 0-2 count, Warnick threw it to the backstop. Blues need to be ready for anything. Hansen a mile off third base, ready to come in and score. 0-2 on the way. Burns bounces it on the ground to second. Should be the ball game. The second baseman Goldbrinson up with it. He throws to first, and it's a win for the Saints. The Saints win their 5th straight against the Blues, and this one a little bit different than the others. An 11-inning win, 6-5 the final, and a game that had emotions galore. And it's only game 1 of 2. We'll be back here tomorrow. The Saints win their 5th straight against the Blues as Burns bounces into the final out with the bases loaded. Rallies for both teams. Chirps galore. Just an unreal game here from Sinsheimer Stadium, where the Blues fall for their 5th straight time against Arroyo Seco. For Nate Mills, I've been Jack Smith saying go to bed. Just past 10 p.m. here on the West Coast. Another 4-hour game for the Blues, and it ends in heartbreak. We'll be back here tomorrow. An earlier first pitch, 4:05 p.m. here between the Blues and the Saints.